shit. Oh yeah, I ain't shit, no hot toilet. When I'm in the trap, they be starting ballin'. All of these hoes, I'm not going for 'em. All these hoes be really pulling. Unless it's 10s, 11s, or 20s, I'm not pulling out. I'm no chosen. I pop me a Xan and I'm Hulk Hogan. I do what I do, there's no potion. If you blow my mans, and he gon' fuck ya. She bent it over and told me both. No Avenger, but I got soldiers. Pop me an A and you know it's over. I want money and I want a ruler. These niggas playing, they don't want a moolah. I want money and I want a Ruger. She said that she wanna measure my ruler. I want that bitch, they give me you there. And she just want cash, but I spend it all with my brothers. Bubbling, 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 just like hot oil. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Ooh, yeah, I am a shit, just hot toilet. When I'm gonna try to be stop ballin'. All of these hoes, I'm not going for 'em. All these hoes, they really ballin'. Okay, we ready? Let's go. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, for sure. Already help for the show. Ooh, like Simons, I'm swinging this pole. Ooh, she let me the second my pole. Ooh, I'm bringing that shit for the go. Ooh, my boy on the yard with the go. Ooh, gotta go yard for your hoe. These niggas do anything for the dough. These bitches do anything for the go. That's me. Ooh, I'm tagging the soul. I'm in the cut with this bitch off the coat. I'm with my boy, he whipping the dope. You know my niggas, we bringing the lows.
Bring up the dough, you know I'm stacking this shit from the flow. Hold up, I just feel like I gotta go. Can't waste no time no more. You know I fucked up my flow. Had to go back and go switch on my flow. Doing this shit, gotta remix this shit like a 2007 little pot hole. But you know I pop on my collar. Put in the shit, man, I got in my chopper. Hold up, I'm cooking this shit, man, it's like enchilada. Cooking this shit in the kitchen like Betty Crocker. I don't water whip shit. I feel like I'm Tony Montana, the way that I sell this shit. I tell your baby mama, come and hop on that whip, let me get on my dick. Hold up, yeah, she grabbing my ball, my nut, she grabbing this shit, she got my little monkey nut.
Ooh, she grabbing my nuts, my monkey nuts. She looking like, hold up, yeah. I'm finna hit that little bit and I hit from that back and I'm pulling her track in her hair. These niggas talking, I swear everywhere. I hit from her back and she cuts like a sailor. Spray her face and that bitch getting scared. I put that little bit on the cross, she get nailed. Ooh, none of my niggas show fair. You hit my gas and you might shed a tail. She a groupie, so that bitch from the chair. I'm African, so I hit it with my spear.
Well, I'm Mexican, bitch, I hit it with a tear. You ain't my fam, you ain't familiar. You say you a saint, but you ain't really preach nothing. You niggas lame, you don't really teach nothing. You little kids, you swinging the seesaw. Bitch, I'm from Texas, yeah, we just yeehaw. No really big, we don't mess with us. Cal.
Say, bitch, I'm goated. I just popped 2 tens and dropped the 4 my secret potion. Bitch, I fell in love with motion, but I can't lose my focus. Every day I'm dripping, might just get you. I say, might just take you, bitch. She in my face, give me some space, little bitch. She tryna take a flick. I say this backwood must be laced, cause I can't feel shit on my lips. These niggas tweaking in this place, this clicks coming off of hips. Broski posted 30 clips, so please don't make this one of them. Put shit on spot, yeah, we known to come and make shit hot. We shake the block, something like the Navy SWAT. Then we scraping pox, damn, I almost broke the pot. Damn, I got a knot, damn, I want a fucking lot. Like, fuck, wait, check the clock. Yeah, it's time to hit the fucking block and put rocks out my socks. Someone posted with a Glock, pussy, I don't wait for cops. Quit to open up a top. Say, quit to open up a top, so don't get loud with me. You ain't in the same weight class, you can't go pound for pound with me. You mad that's your bitch, she out here fucking get dick down for free. Say you look like a clown to me. My boys in the cloud with all these hoes, these bitches drowning me. She don't want me to leave, I told that hoe like what you finding me. Hit in the back and she cry, I give no fuck, these hoes be lying to me. Oh, I fuck with the Canes, they fry, I got Crisco if niggas trying to be. None of these niggas ain't trying to eat, I got bread and butter, we get niggas cut up. White bitch and she so stuck up. Put your money where your mouth is, tell that boy shut up. My boy size up any nigga, he in that hoe like what up. He is not built, he ain't cut up. I'm in that bitch just for the money. I walk in that bit and it's nothing. I walk in that bit, no discussion. I'm walking that bit and it's bustin'. My niggas doing no tussling. They just got up his bustin'. She don't want fuck with the kid, cause she know I get the rushing. Oh, I just sip drink, don't discuss it. I just sip drink, don't discuss it.
like Lil Tucci, I keep that moolah. Just like Lil Cody, bro, keep on shooting. Man, I feel a little cold, I want about my Skrilla. The way he step on shit, you think he Godzilla. The way I'm up north, you think I'm big chillin'. The way I'm big-headed, they thought I was a villain. Nigga, we take dubs, I ain't krillin'. Nigga, I sip mud, I ain't spillin'. Bro, push your shit back, get the pillin'. I raise the roof, niggas better watch the ceiling. Can't even talk about like that, he be tellin'. I walk into the shop and make a killin'. I'm not your bro, your fellow. These niggas lame like hell no. I call that boy elbow, cause he fold like elbow. I fuck this bitch in hell rose. It wasn't hard to pull off like Velcro. I got a fiend that she love that tiptoe. I don't do too much piss to a bitch off. Get on your knees, shit, okay, big dog. Fine shit going up and down like a seesaw. Well, howdy cowgirl, fine shit, hee haw. I'm on your block and it's nice to meet y'all. Y'all get no hoes, I might just teach y'all. Tell the boy hit the floor, I might just reach y'all.
Why do we browse like this? Hunting, clicking, searching. What if we could just say, hey, Copilot. And now that hoodie you saw, found. Your inbox, cleared. Dinner party for 7, 1 oven, easy. And that walking tour, planned. With no backtracking and the best burger.
Anything else I can help you with?
Yes. Can you go through these tabs?
You hear it before you see us. Click, clack. The sound of disruption. Because what comes next cannot be undone. It settles in. Controlled. Precise. Click, clack. You hear it again. Different this time. The sound changes direction. But there's no crash, just separation. And when they build walls to contain us, remember, echoes spread, and every time you hear it, something ends for you and starts for us. Click, clack. It's no longer just a sound. It's a warning.
And I'm insane. Shawty keep getting behind me. She keep reminding me I'm no one up in her drain. She know Facebook, let me poke. Little insane, no joke. Can you be my Harley Quinn for the road? She gon' be my Harley Quinn for the road. Yes, sir. I'm a killer superhero for the hoe. She got me feeling like Mario. Keep trying to say that bit that shit got me dying slow. I'm running out of shit to give. It's really fucking up my cardio. I'm not gon' go for real. I was raised in the field, and this killer be killed. So nigga, let's be real. You will never last here. All my niggas destined to kill. Dr. Phil, and these niggas stuck in their krill. We got these niggas shook. I come with the fry. I broke even 5. We keeping up Tuli all night.
I don't be promoting. When I'm doing these guns, I don't be promoting the streams no more. Oh, there's music playing? Okay. Intro. Real intro in that bit. Now we finna hop on forward. We're gonna start off with that. Let's start there. You know what I'm saying? Let's start there. Should I open my pops? Pause. Should I open the pops that I got up there? I'll show y'all later, bro. But shit, well good, man. Well good, motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Chat. Bro, tell them what you want to do. Chat. He's been saying the same thing for like 3 minutes. Oh, this is actually hilarious. Bro literally sits in front of the TV's off. The TV's completely shut off. Bro's sitting in front of it waiting for someone to turn it on like he's their master, bro. Like we're his servant. And then goddamn, then grandma says, "Oh, Leon, he doesn't want to be a good person." Bro, you cannot get what you want every day. That's not fair. Life is not fair. That's not how life goes, boy. So you're gonna learn the hard way. If you don't learn it, you're gonna be one day the cops could get you. You don't want to listen. Anything could happen, man. So yeah, chat. Y'all just gotta listen to y'all parents, man. Cause I remember when I was a kid, I was bad too. No, I was bad when I was a kid. But history repeats itself over and over. You know what I'm saying? Where's Matt, man? Where's Matt at? Where the fuck Matt, man? Where you at, man? You get not in it, bit. You know what I'm saying? I got this camo hoodie on. It's a blank. I'm gonna customize it, but right now I got hella vomit on that hoe. That bitch got hella vomit on that hoe. Let me see what these niggas on, man. Cause I really need a. We gonna get in the stew too. We gonna go on Instagram, look at the news and shit. And yeah, this is what St. Cloud. This is the St. Cloud Finest stream. The St. Cloud Finest streams, y'all. I think I explained it on the last one. I think it's still up on YouTube at least. But yeah, bro. These are like my iCarly ass ones, bro. This is where I'm talking my shit and doing my shit for real. The KO checks the timeline. That's like when we get into the music and the type of timeline of the culture, basically. You know what I'm saying? But St. Cloud Finest, this is when I get my bag, you know what I'm saying? This St. Cloud Finest, you know what I'm saying? I can do whatever the fuck I want in the hell. You know what I'm saying? But I got segments, but I got my own shit I'm doing, you know what I'm saying? It could just switch up, you know what I'm saying? Like, but where these niggas at, man? Yeah. Look at that. Damn, son. I gotta come back regardless. Gotta take my cousins to the store. Oh, God. Mm. On my brother dead, yeah. On my brother dead, yeah. Alright, we're back. We're doing, man. Hello, y'all. Make how to get food. All types of shit. All types of shit. Matt, push up, man. What's good, chat? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear this? Are we live? Is there any audio? How can I see this? Type "you're" in the chat if you can hear me. Right there. Y'all hear me good? Hear the audio, the shit good? It's gonna be a good one today. I'm eating some authentic Liberian dry rice. Y'all know nothing about this shit, man. Oh. Y'all know nothing about this shit, man. Where's this nigga at? We just gonna call him. Loafing. What is up with niggas? Should we just run rivals without him? Should we go on Instagram? Like, should we do something else? What should we do, man? Talk to me, chat. Niggas green as hell. A little bit hot. Shit. This dude's a loaf of bread. Bro, that's a loaf of bread. We finna Snapchat, ain't it? For those who know, y'all know how I am in this bitch. I'm like that. There you go. Yeah, I don't know what this nigga talking about. He probably drunk, bro. To be honest. Should we go straight comp? Offer it? Or should we do quick match? What's it looking like? What's it looking like? What's it looking like? We're gonna warm up. How's y'all day, man? How's y'all week? It's my BN birthday.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Your chicken hot.
Make way. Ain't looking for a fight, but
Looking
ain't
like
backing
Emmett.
down from one neither.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This bitch shit came with a drink.
Why are you
glaring at me so, mortal. I find it unnerving.
Just wondering if all the angels are as lovely as you, Cher.
Indeed. And just as deadly as well. So watch your tongue.
Don't gotta worry about me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, sure can't be good. Needed that more than you know. Jump up. Now you do the same to me, Wee.
Ooh. I was tanking too long.
Target neutralized.
Double KO.
You thought you got rid of
Look
me?
at that.
How did chunks? Gambit got your back.
Feeling fantastic.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Unlucky for you. That's good.
Enemy located.
Deliver this core to stop Voltron.
You know you had that coming.
Powering up. You know what to do, spiders. We're halfway there. Keep going.
Unlucky. Needed that. Gave it a little love.
Being stronger already. Us against the world. They're sneaking from behind.
That nigga singing. That nigga's on my head. I think he's the only one that killed me.
Table moving again.
Unlucky.
Being stronger already.
They hitting real hard. Damn it, never fall! Now you do the same for me, Wee. Guess I want that. Time to remind Ultron whose turf this is. Just in case.
There. Don't turn back now.
That was some bad luck.
Whoa. Wanna teach me how to fight spider style after this? After my step? You get away.
Spidey!
Disappear.
Kill them all.
Can't keep this Cajun down for long.
What? Kill him! Thank you. Oh, they're born again?
Wait from that on because it starts to help.
Us against the world. Now I
Keep the niggas alive. Ooh.
Put some pep in my step.
I may be a team, but no one
Easy dubs.
Our foes have found us. Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh! I'm just letting them kill me now. Punch him out.
Ain't nobody stealing Gambit's
He's
chance to
not
win.
playing. Oh! I didn't know he was right there.
Double KO.
Can't keep this kitchen down long.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Not gonna be easy to hit him.
Much better.
Gambit got your back.
Good luck.
Gambit never falls! Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
Stronger already.
Hey, hitting real hard.
Better watch your back.
There's enough. A helping hand. You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Ooh.
Good thing's coming.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Look what we got here. I may be a thief, but no one steals from my people. Armed and dangerous!
Oh, perfect. Shields up. So close. Laser beam shield. Double KO.
Oh my god.
Another epic victory.
We started eating. See, make me not even want to do competitive no more, bro. 'Cause the drastic change, bro. We'll take it. We'll take it. I feel like we're gonna be trash if I go hard with that shit right now. What the hell? Yeah, this is some hits I was playing earlier and shit. Nothing too crazy like that. Nothing too crazy like that. Chat, what was you? What's
How to
your
live a rom-com on Airbnb. Start with an A.
Everything coming up.
I think we should go on. Ooh, some water. Yeah. We got reps? It's tough. Alright, man. Let's see what we can find on our news. Type shit. That's not
What's poppin', y'all? We finally got confirmation that Plague Boy Max admitted that the internet bullied him into dumping his girl that he was fully in love with, that was holding him down. So this all starts, a little bit of context, very important.
Crazy. Why can't you hear? Can y'all hear that?
Here.
Oh.
This all starts with here.
It is getting drastic for Donald Trump.
I heard he was an industry plant.
It is getting drastic for Donald Trump after he uploaded a picture of Obama and Michelle as monkeys. And this was so bad that his own Republican senators and MAGA have called in and condemned him live. MAGA is saying they've had enough of this. And Trump's response to this was terrible. He can't seem to stop digging a deeper hole for himself as America turns on him. And not only do you have three-time Trump supporter MAGA saying he's evil and they've had enough and that he's sick, but even more MAGA influencers, die-hard ones, are saying this is disgusting. We are finished with Donald Trump. And before we get to Donald Trump's response, the White House and Caroline Leavitt are saying he was just referencing the Lion King. The only problem is there are no apes in the Lion King. This was pertinently racist, and there's no other way to view this clip.
He meant to say...
Now, after millions of people denounced Trump online as a result, they asked him, Donald Trump, will you apologize and why did you post that video? And here is his response to all of that.
That somebody posts a staffer, post, and I knew it was all about, if you take a look at that and see the whole thing, it was a small section at the very end, but that was about fraudulent elections, which we have a lot of them. We're going to get it stopped.
Like yours?
I liked the beginning, I thought, and just passed it on. And I guess probably nobody reviewed the end of it because what I saw at the beginning was really, really strong. It was about fraudulent elections. And anytime I see that stuff, and when it's credible, you put it up. But somebody slipped and missed a very small part. Now, by the way, again, and take off one, I guess. I didn't do it, by the way. This was done by somebody else. This was a retruth. That was not done by us. But,
what is bro talking about? It's not gonna play the whole.
What is going on, Cosmic Crew? Thanks for stopping by the channel. Today we have some news about Spider-Man Brand New Day. Some plot details have been seemingly confirmed, and we're doing a trailer update. We've been hearing nothing but amazing things about this movie. We've seen nothing but amazing things when it comes to this movie, when it comes to all the leaked set photos, and even the official videos that Sony have been putting out themselves. Now, Sony Pictures boss Tom Rothman says that he's seen all the dailies for Spider-Man Brand New Day and thinks it's going to be one of the most surprising and terrific movies in the franchise. Now, when I hear him say surprising, to me it sounds like they think they're going to surprise us with an X-Men appearing in the movie, but for most of us I think we all already know that Sadie Sink is playing Jean Grey. Of course, that is not confirmed, but that really seems to be who she is playing. And if this plot leak is seemingly confirmed, what it seems like it is, she's playing Jean Grey. Like at this point in time, I feel like it is Spider-Man No Way Home, but instead of the other Spider-Man appearing, it's Jean Grey appearing. So this is what has recently been said about the trailer. We'll start there first because I know everybody's wondering what is going on with the trailer. According to multiple insiders, the trailer is ready to go. They have an alternate version of the trailer, and we talked about what is going to be shown in that trailer earlier this week. Basically, and this was coming from 3C Films, Chris at 3C Films, it's a slightly altered version of the trailer that leaked before, and it doesn't show too much of Sadie Sink. I think that is probably because they are trying to keep her character pretty mysterious. Originally, in the original trailer they had planned, she had dialogue. It doesn't sound like she has too much dialogue in this one, but according to the Beyond Reporter, the Spider-Man Brand New Day trailer will be released this week. Now, that is not confirmed. It's a report from the insider, but it very well could happen. Like I said, a lot of the insiders say this trailer is done. Sony is kind of just sitting on it right now, and it is kind of up to Sony. Obviously, Marvel has a play in this, but usually when it comes to trailer releases and a lot of the promotion for the Spider-Man movies, it really comes down to Sony's schedule. That's why you typically don't see Spider-Man on the phase slates as well for Marvel Studio or any big announcements at like Comic-Con from Marvel panels. They usually do something themselves, but it could, it's not confirmed, but according to the Beyond Reporter, could come this week. I say it could because, you know, we heard that Brand New Day and Doomsday were both coming at the Super Bowl, and obviously they did not. Now, it does sound like Marvel changed their mind for that, and they could very well change their mind about this, But keep an eye out. If we hear any other insiders talk about this or confirm this, we'll definitely be sure to do an update video. So be sure to hit that subscribe button and that notification bell. Now, moving on to an older plot leak that we've heard that honestly seemed pretty dang good. I liked it a lot. It's about Peter basically being a ghost. He spends all of his time as Spider-Man saving the city. And there was a big theme of loneliness and isolation. And it was basically the plot leak that said Spider-Man becomes kind of who Peter Parker is, and he pushes Peter Parker to the side. And because of that, he kind of starts to have problems emotionally and mentally, and his body starts to change because of that. And what we've heard in the new trailer is that Tombstone actually mentions the different phases of spiders. So that definitely seems to be a pretty big theme for Spider-Man Brand New Day. I'll go over this plot leak again in case you haven't heard it, but here's the new report. John Campea, who has a ton of information recently about Avengers Doomsday and now seemingly Spider-Man Brand New Day, and he's been right about some things so far. He states that he has heard about Spider-Man Brand New Day that they are doing in a The Fly way, an adaptation of Spider-Man. So a lot of people automatically went back to this old plot leak, which came from an ex-Collider employee, so someone in the industry, and they're basically saying, okay, yeah, it seems like this plot leak is kind of confirmed now to be true, where Peter Parker basically, he's gonna grow some limbs. I think that was one of the things that was the only thing that we weren't too sure was confirmed yet. But that is kind of what it's sounding like. So if you haven't heard the plot leak, I'm gonna go over it very quickly. If you have, bear with me for just a second. But it's what I just mentioned. Peter basically is pushing Peter to the side and really just choosing to become Spider-Man. We know there's going to be a montage in the beginning of the film with him fighting a bunch of villains and probably a time jump, because I don't know how him and MJ could be talking to each other and be possibly neighbors in this if there hasn't been a time jump, because MIT and New York, they're in different places, obviously. So Peter narrates a confession to MJ only to himself and believes that she's better off without him. Same with Ned. So basically, he thinks everyone, including himself, is better off without Peter Parker. So quick montage of Peter beating up mid-villains, Boomerang, Tarantula, Ramrod. This is the montage we talked about. New York City loves Spider-Man except for the DODC, as they view him as something they have to manage. Peter is avoiding his real life, only focusing on Spider-Man. The montage ends with Peter having problems with his powers. The more stressed Peter gets, the more unstable his powers get. Webbing turns organic at times. He gets more aggressive and body starts changing. I just got to say, I think everything that we have heard does point to Peter having organic webbing and his body mutating, essentially. And we've actually heard that the reason Bruce Banner kind of gets involved is because Peter goes to Bruce about this problem. Now, Bruce probably doesn't know who Peter is, but he knows who Spider-Man is, and I think he's going to reveal his identity to him and say, hey, you don't really know Peter, but I'm an Avenger. I fought with you all in Endgame, and, Tony was very close to me. I loved him, etc., etc. So Sadie Sink plays Jean Grey, who's on the run because the DODC believes she's an unregistered mutant with uncontrolled power. Jean's goal is to stay free and expose the DODC. And as we saw in Wonder Man, they're doing some shady stuff. So this makes sense. Jean sees Spider-Man as reckless. Whenever he appears, the situation gets worse. I probably would agree with that based on what we know. She suspects the DODC will connect her to Spider-Man and use that as an excuse to hunt her. Punisher protects Jean because they work together. I'm very curious to see how this all works out. Tombstone essentially is the big bad. He wants the city unstable because he profits when the streets are scared. Tombstone bankrolls the Hand, the evil organization of ninjas, to hit the DODC and free Scorpion. Yeah, we've basically seen that on the trailer that was leaked. The Hand is there. They're a bunch of ninjas. The DODC is transporting Matt Gargan to a more secure location. The Hand attacks the convoy, and Spider-Man comes to help and fend them off. Punisher helps as well, but they basically get Gargan out of prison. So after this, the Hand storms the prison to release more prisoners, and this is where Spider-Man kind of has a big fight scene. Spidey's starting to have problems with his powers again, but the Punisher saves him. I like that a lot. I like the Punisher saving him. After the prison chaos, Peter's body isn't acting normal. Banner is the only person who can help Peter's body forces a metamorphosis and ends up in a web cocoon. Peter's emotions are causing this. Organic webbing occurs, more feral and extra limbs come and go. So this is very interesting. This is one thing that I think is still kind of up in the air, the extra limbs part. Yes, it does seem like his body's going to be changing. It seems like that's going to be a pretty big theme in this movie. And since John Campea says that they're going to kind of do The Fly with this movie, yeah, that lines up. And pretty much all of this lines up with the trailer description that Chris has told us from 3C, and it also lines up with the previous trailer. In fact, in the original trailer they planned to release, it definitely looked like Peter was in a cocoon at some point in time, and he gets out of it, and everybody has been saying this, he looks absolutely jacked. In which, yeah, I'm sure Tom Holland really got in great shape to play this. So yeah, basically it comes down to, you know, Peter fighting Mac Gargan and Tombstone and Punisher, and everybody kind of jump in together. But ultimately Peter becomes unstable and Banner ends up losing control as well, because Banner is under stress and he taps into a new personality called the Grey Hulk, which is what we've heard from several insiders at this point in time. Basically stress and emotion and turmoil are what is causing pain for Spider-Man and Bruce Banner. The Punisher shows up in a tank to try and fight and save Banner. Spider-Man joins and attempts to help Banner, and Jean returns and calms Banner, bringing him to normal, which I'm assuming she does that with her telepathic powers. When Banner is back to normal, Peter's stress is maxed out and reaches a breaking point, causing him to become Man-Spider. That's something we've heard a lot as well. Man-Spider loses all human features, fights them. Jean anchors Peter mentally and helps Peter realize that he can't only be Spider-Man, but the human side is just as important. They all eventually go their own way. Jean is supposed to show up again in Avengers Secret Wars, in which we do know Sadie Sink's character is showing up. That's been confirmed. But finally, Peter finds MJ and her boyfriend. He tells her everything that happened from No Way Home. Peter understands he just can't be Spider-Man, but Peter Parker is just as important too. Ned appears too. That's what it says. And the post-credits scene could be the symbiote. I would be surprised if the symbiote wasn't at least mentioned in the film or shown. Maybe we do get it in that post-credit scene. But also maybe it's going to be about Secret Wars or Avengers Doomsday, because I feel like if they don't address in this movie why Peter is not going to be in Avengers Doomsday, it's going to be a little interesting. Maybe they address it in Avengers Doomsday. So if that's the case, then yeah, maybe we could be getting a post-credit about the symbiote. I just hope they actually make it happen this time instead of just teasing us with it, teasing a crossover with Tom Hardy's Venom and Peter Parker, Tom Holland's Peter Parker, and nothing happens. So I hope that doesn't happen. But looks like this plot leak is pretty accurate. I wouldn't say that it's 100% accurate, but most of it does seem pretty accurate. Now we have another insider, John Campea.
The opening scene of Avengers Doomsday has reportedly leaked, and it's insanely brutal because it throws us straight into chaos between two different universes. According to insiders John Campea, the same guy who leaked Toby and Andrew in No Way Home, said the opening scene is legendary, but he refused to spoil it. Unfortunately, someone else did. According to the leak, Doomsday opens in Toby's Spider-Man universe right after No Way Home. Toby teams up with Doc Ock to stop an incursion. That incursion is with the Fox X-Men universe. And remember the rule: to save your universe, another one must be destroyed. The X-Men universe ends up destroying Spider-Man's world. At the last second, the TVA pulls Tobey out of his collapsing universe, saving his life, and then it cuts straight to the Avengers Doomsday logo. So tell me, are you excited to see Tobey and Doc Ock return? And don't forget to watch this video. The opening scene of Avengers Doomsday has reportedly leaked, and it's insanely brutal. Doomsday opens in Tobey's Spider-Man universe right after No Way Home. Tobey teams up with Doc Ock to stop an incursion. That incursion is with the Fox X-Men universe. And remember the rule: to save your universe, another one must be destroyed. The X-Men universe ends up destroying Spider-Man's world. At the last second, the TVA pulls Tobey out of his collapsing universe, saving his life, and then it cuts straight to the Avengers Doomsday logo. So tell me, are you excited to see Tobey and Doc Ock return? And don't forget to watch this video. The opening scene of Avengers Doomsday has reportedly leaked, and it's insane.
That had to happen, bro. That had to happen, bro.
What's popping up?
That had to happen, bro. Oh, God.
What's popping up? It looks like in the middle of a very, very dangerous sniper's crosshairs is Kai Cenat's protege, Rakai, who is the most lit teenage streamer. Like somebody kid, really you would say his audience is majority people under 14 years old, because I think even 16-year-olds could barely watch this guy. But I did a whole video on him, kind of more like a scripted documentary type video. I'll link that in the pinned comment. But this guy, he linked up with a girl who is going to ruin his life. So first, this all started with a collaboration that he did. And this girl, Piper Raquel, who's a very, very, very popular streamer in her own right. Rakai is either 16 or 17. This girl is 18. And just the way that they met, she really had to hammer home that, yeah, this guy was really trying to link up with me. So I'm going to play you guys that clip right now.
You got a girlfriend? Low-key, when he texted me, okay, he's like low-key reached out to me a lot. He's made me feel like I have a lot of aura. Like I really left a mark. When I literally only met him like one time for like literally an hour. But like he's always texting me like, hey Piper, it's Rakai, I got a new number. Sometimes I text him back, sometimes I don't. But where was I going with this? Oh yeah, the last time he texted me, I didn't think it was him. And holy yapper, fine, I'll just sit here.
So here, you know, the chat's doing what the chat's doing. She's saying like, yeah, this guy been banging my line. He's really trying to link up. So Rakai was trying to get a collab with her. She's not a streamer. However, she is a huge figure on TikTok as just like a kid influencer, if you want to call it that. She's got like 15 million followers on there. And during their stream, Rakai started feeling himself a little bit, and she revealed what her type was. So I'm going to play you guys that clip right now.
So wait, what's your type? What's your type?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I do kind of have a preference. I do like, you know, darker skin, you know what I mean? I do have a preference, but like I also don't like limit that stuff. You know what I mean? I feel like the right person might come like at a time in need. But like I low-key in a part, like in a point in my life where like I don't even like want to get married. Like I hate people.
So clearly she's saying she likes darker skinned dudes. Now some people will say, you know, she's saying that because she's on his stream and that's probably his audience too. So it's going to work well on her behalf. But we also need to make it clear that this chick is on OF, and we need to reiterate that Rakai is a top flight gooner. Like he's one of those kids that they're screwed. They never had a chance. Dopamine receptors fried because he found the corn. That's it. And he had an alt account. So this got exposed in July of 2025. And I think he was 16 at the time. But this page posted Rakai accidentally leaked his alt account on X, and he got caught following rainbow corn pages because he was on stream. And then at the bottom, people were like, yo, what's this account that he's on? Because he wasn't showing the full thing. And then they saw some people that he was following was like dudes, I'm guessing. And he was also talking trash about other people like Cuff'em. He was using it as a burner. So it's almost like when Kevin Durant got caught with the burner. But Kevin Durant loves the game of basketball so much that he just created a burner so he could argue about basketball with other people. Like he's just one of us. Now he was defending himself as well as the burner. But a lot of the tweets that Kevin Durant had, he was just talking his talk. So Rakai was in a panic when this was all going on. Aiden Ross was clowning him, and he was like really, really hurt by it. But he came back, and this was his comeback. I'm gonna play you guys that clip right now.
We get just mad corn on that motherfucker. I had some good bookmarks. Word. Chat, let's have chat. Go on the account right now. Y'all can see I had some good bookmarks. Great bookmarks. So you talking about? And I don't go. You caught me. Yes, you caught me. I beat my meat. Yes, I have a burner account where I beat my meat at. The Chat, I don't hit the same no more. Like it's just too much. Chat, it's too much motherfucking Chat, I don't hit the same. Like it's too much viruses. Yeah, just too much viruses like that. I'm trying to make my phone glitch and my phone start tweaking and shit like that. What the Twitter mad fire because it's like send me them. Yo, okay, hey, all right, chat, chill. Chat, chill. He said, I meant corn. See?
Yeah, this is clear. The kid is 17 years old, and he's saying, yeah, you know, the corn don't hit. Screwed. Completely brain fried. It's mush. There's no brain left in there. There's nothing. It's sad. It's honestly sad. Like, this is heartbreaking for me, even though I do find it a bit funny. But yeah, the kid's fried. He also had, like, some birthday party. I don't even want to show you guys the clip. It's absolute degeneracy. He had a bunch of adult women, just keep in mind this guy's 17 or 16, and they were all just throwing it back as a slumber party. But anyway, this girl, she had, when she was 17, so she's been on YouTube since she was like 8 or 9 years old. Her mom was managing the stuff, and I think she had over 8 million subscribers on YouTube. So she was a kid YouTuber. And then when she was 17, she would begin posting on a site called Brand Army, which is like OnlyFans without the nudity, and you could subscribe with subscription fees. She was already huge. She already made a big bag, and her mom is clearly behind all of this and urging her. And she was also collaborating with chicks like Sophie Rain and chicks in the Bop House. Like, she's dancing with them right here. So what the hell is the Bop House? The Bop House is a bunch of chicks that do OF. So Sophie Rain, if you're unfamiliar with her, she's really, really famous for doing OF and claiming that she made over 100 M's over it. She's also donated significant amounts of money, so gotta give her a little bit of credit for that. I think she donated over an M to Team Water, but there's also controversy in exactly how much she makes, because even people that know a lot of creators, quote unquote, in that industry, like Adam22 has said he does not believe her numbers. She's saying she's doing 60 M's, 70 M's a year, and Bad Baby, who had verified that she did, I think, like 50 or 60 M's in 1 year. Bad Baby had 6 years of mainstream fame that she leveraged, and that was just the launch year. Sophie Rain's been doing this for quite a while. But keep in mind, so 17, she's posting on a non-OF. And people are thinking, like, hold on, is she, like, getting ready to is she soft launching, and when she turns 18, she's going to post her own OF? No way, right? Well, she would have a conversation with an OF chick named Aisha Sophie or something like that, and this OF chick would warn her about getting on OF when she turns 18. So I'm gonna play you guys that clip right now.
I think one final thing I want to say, just going forward. I mentioned this to you earlier, but I think you have a lot of potential and you have a lot of reach and a lot of things that you could do that if I had when I was 17, I probably wouldn't have gone into this industry. So I think there's a lot of room for you to do big things without having to do that. But at the end of the day, when you turn into an adult, you can make whatever decision you want.
Yeah.
I just feel like I want to protect you from that, and let me know if you need help or guidance or advice.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. There's not a lot of times you come across people who actually want to help or say that they're always there for you, but actually aren't. So I really appreciate it. And you were there for me at like my darkest time. Like, I remember getting the text. I was like, that was like the sweetest thing ever. So I was like, very sweet of you.
Me and the Bop House girls, like, we adore you so much, and we always want to look out for you. Like, me and Sophie were like...
This is something I actually give some respect to this lady for. She's in that career. She's successful in that career, and she's warning her against it. And she's like, hey, look, I think you can do other things. Because a lot of the time, sometimes chicks will make a terrible decision, and they'll be like, just do whatever you want, and yeah, figure it out later. Without warning the younger girls of like, hey, this is what it could turn out. So she was warned against it, and this is in May of 2025. So that chick was still 17. Well, you think that chick listened? Her or
Grandma calling me.
What's poppin', y'all? It looks like in the middle of a M's a year and
reach and a lot of things that you...
In 2026, you don't need more willpower to stay healthy. You just need Factor. Honestly, Factor finally made eating healthy feel doable for me. Before, staying consistent was the hardest part. With Factor, I can choose high-protein meals from more than 100 weekly options. I get up to 50 grams of protein per meal without stressful meal prep. Plus, I'm free from that post-takeout guilt spiral. Everything shows up at my door and it's dietitian approved, so I can trust it. Healthy eating just feels way easier. Stop making everything harder. Simplify eating well with Factor.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process.
with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you start a new job and there's no training, none of the processes are documented, and you're completely on your own. Let me show you one of the best kept work secrets. It's called Scribe.
What's popping, y'all? It looks like in the middle.
A lot of times you come across people who actually want to help or say that they're always there for you, but actually aren't. So I really appreciate it. And you were really.
She was also collaborating with chicks like Sophie Rain and chicks in the Bop House. Like she's dancing with them right here. So what the hell is the Bop House? The Bop House is a bunch of chicks that do OF. So Sophie Rain, if you're unfamiliar with her, she's really famous for doing OF and claiming that she made over 100 M's over it. She's also donated significant amounts of money. So got to give her a little bit of credit for that. I think she donated over an M to Team Water. But there's also controversy in exactly how much she makes, because even people that know a lot of creators, quote unquote, in that industry, like Adam22 has said he does not believe her numbers. She's saying she's doing 60 M's, 70 M's a year. And Bad Baby, who had verified that she did, I think, like 50 or 60 M's in 1 year, Bad Baby had 6 years of mainstream fame that she leveraged, and that was just the launch year. Sophie Rain's been doing this for quite a while. But keep in mind, so 17, she's posting on a non-OF. And people are thinking, like, hold on, is she, like, getting ready to is she soft launching, and when she turns 18, she's going to post her own OF? No way, right? Well, she would have a conversation with an OF chick named Aisha Sophie or something like that, and this OF chick would warn her about getting on OF when she turns 18. So I'm going to play you guys that clip right now.
I think one final thing I want to say, just going forward. I mentioned this to you earlier, but I think you have a lot of potential and you have a lot of reach and a lot of things that you could do that if I had when I was 17, I probably wouldn't have gone into this industry. So I think there's a lot of room for you to do big things without having to do that. But at the end of the day, when you turn into an adult, you can make whatever decision you want.
Yeah.
I just feel like I want to protect you from that, and let me know if you need help or guidance or advice.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. There's not a lot of times you come across people who actually want to help or say that they're always there for you, but actually aren't. So I really appreciate it. And you were there for me at like my darkest time. Like I remember getting the text. I was like, that was like the sweetest thing ever. So I was like, very sweet of you.
Me and the Bop House girls, like, we adore you so much, and we always want to look out for you. Like, me and Sophie were like...
This is something I actually give some respect to this lady for. She's in that career. She's successful in that career, and she's warning her against it. She's like, hey, look, I think you can do other things. Because a lot of the time, sometimes chicks will make a terrible decision, and they'll be like, just do whatever you want, and yeah, figure it out later. Without warning the younger girls of like, hey, this is what it could turn out. So she was warned against it, and this is in May of 2025. So that chick was still 17. Well, you think that chick listened? Her or her mom? No, on her 18th birthday, she launched her OF on New Year's Day. And she claimed that she made nearly $3 million in the first 24 hours. And she showed a screenshot of the earnings too. My first day, forever grateful. And it showed 1.4 M's, gross 2.9 M's. The net was 2.3 M's. 819,000 were for messages. And some people saying she faked the screenshot. It doesn't matter. So she was kicking it with Sophie Rain and them. Her mom knows about this. And OF isn't one of those things where it's like an album, right? You don't just drop an album. No, you had to have made the album. You had to have set up how you're going to promote the album, and then it comes out. So all of the preparation for that 18th birthday was happening while this chick was 17. And what happens next? Well, she debuts the relationship as, I can't play you guys the music, but it's the quote from the song is, the way you did that, boy, you done got my heart all in it. So she's hugged up on Rakai. So they're supposedly dating, and then they're also at the Super Bowl. So there's photos here of them at the Super Bowl. So these two are having a Super Bowl date. And Reggie... So people are like, yo, hold on, is this like a normal thing? What's going on? Because he was thirsting after her, and is it any surprise that Rakai, the top flight gooner, was thirsting over an OF chick, especially one that does not have any nudity on her OF, as far as I know. Well, the homies around, the other Clover Boys, which is the crew that Kai Cenat assembled, I guess it's not really the B team of AMP. They're like the younger crew. So Reggie, Lil Rodney's son, he was upset about this. So it doesn't look like they approve. I'm going to play you guys that clip right now.
You talk about me and my decisions, gang. Rakai and this Piper girl, gang. What the f***, Rakai? What the f***? Now I'm calling him, bro. Because, bro, you're in the shade room, gang. What the f*** are you doing in San Francisco with this girl, gang? I refuse to let my brother go down this path. Let me call him. Because he got me f***ed up right now. Bro, I taught you better than this, gang. That's not your body, Rakai. It's not your body, gang. F*** is your problem? Now he not answering the phone. Who with him right now? I know who with him. I know who with him now I can call.
So they were trying to warn this guy. This guy, Rakai, he thinks he knows what he's doing. But what's really nefarious is that the mother, the managers, and Piper, they know what they're doing. Think about it. This guy, Rakai, is a complete gooner. He has a really kid audience. Piper herself had a kid audience, and she started to garner more male audience. I think she had like a mixed audience of kids when she was younger, especially on YouTube. But in the past year, before when she was getting ready to soft launch the OF, she started to do like thirst-based content. And what is a better audience for an 18-year-old chick that just got on OF than Rakai, who has a ton of people that like that type of stuff. And they're all kids. This is really, really evil. These are the lengths that they have to go to, because if you guys realize, a male audience and OF chicks go together hand in hand. But OF chicks aren't really going to be able to tap into certain audiences unless they hop on their stream. And if they're in a relationship with the person, they always get turned up, female influencers. So Rakai, he's about to really, really turn this chick up, and he doesn't even know what's happening. This chick probably is like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna lock in with him, get my bread. And this is really what lets you know. There's this clip of her getting a tattoo. I don't know. It's probably fake, but she gets a tattoo of Rakai.
You're done? Damn, Chats.
She actually got one?
It's actually cute.
Hey, you look good.
Wait, could you
And this is really what lets you know. There's this clip of her getting a tattoo. I don't know. It's probably fake, but she gets a tattoo of Rakai.
You're done? Damn, Chats.
Yeah, it's not bleeding.
it's actually cute.
Hey, you look good. You look good.
Wait, could you redo this thing real quick?
So as you guys just saw in that clip, she's also like, oh, you know, I got a tattoo of him. These clips are spreading everywhere. As you can see, she's tagged in these clips. You can see her tags on there. It's not just a Twitch tag for Rakai. So she has a team that's marketing this stuff on her behalf, having it posted on these clip pages to make sure that it all leads back to the top of her funnel to eventually get down to her OF. And yeah, she's probably going to start breaking records as well, like that Sophie Rain chick. And Rakai thinks he's like, yeah, you know, I got the girl that I wanted. Meanwhile, no. You are the one that got. And it's just one of those lessons that he's going to have to learn through a brutal trial and error. But yeah, I don't wish them the best, actually, because whoever's behind this chick and what she's doing is pure evil. Like, they've been getting this chick the best person in this entire scenario from what we've seen.
Now if you learned one thing after Baby Keem started his album,
Drake is officially done for. People.
She got a lot.
I want to do something to get arrested though. Like, I'm trying to.
You already did. That's why you're sitting right here. That's why you're sitting right here.
The friendship between James Franco and Seth Rogen made them one of the strongest, most genuine duos in Hollywood.
But I do love Seth. He's kind of been there at important points in my career.
Their bond seemed unbreakable. That was until Franco got into some major controversy and Seth had a tough choice to make. He could stand up and defend his bro of 2 decades, the guy he made iconic movies and multiple millions of dollars with, denounce him, believe the allegations and essentially prove James was guilty, or or simply sidestep, stay quiet, and act like he had no idea what James was truly like behind the scenes. Somehow, Seth chose none of these options, and his response left everyone wondering if Seth really knew about James' alleged behavior, or if they were ever really friends at all. The rise and fall of James Franco was one of the classic examples of, when in Hollywood, you never really know who your friends are. James Franco was getting into trouble with the law as early as middle school, but in a weird way, it helped him.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
I can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my office. Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator. Book sharing app.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Where vibe coding meets drag and drop freedom. We'll see about that. All right, let me try to make up a site to sell some like theoretical kombucha. Make me a site about kombucha. Make it look nice and pretty and highlighting the product. Refine my prompt. Okay, let's do that. All right, that's so much better. All right, generate my site. So now Arya, my AI assistant, is planning things out a bit, so I'm going to let it cook. Okay, just finishing the build, and wow, are you kidding me? I typed in like the dumbest prompt, and then I refined it, then I generated a site. Now I have an actual website. Oh, and I like how I have full customization. Like, look at this. I could just change the text, I could change the corners, the formatting, the menu, or I could ask Arya. I really like this hybrid approach where AI does like a bulk of the speed work at the beginning, and then I have the control to customize it at the end. It blends vibe coding, agentic AI, and drag and drop all into one editor. And here I am in the center just making any adjustments I want. So with Wix Harmony, you get flawless functionality, total security, and lightning speed from the get-go. Behind the scenes, Wix is handling all security and site management, so you can just focus on optimizing your website. So go ahead and make a website today.
It helped him get his breakout role in Freaks and Geeks. One of his favorite side hustles was stealing expensive fragrances and selling them to his classmates. He said, like in 8th grade, we started stealing cologne. We had like 30 bottles of cologne each in our lockers at school, and then we could sell cologne at the dances. It didn't get any better by the time Franco landed in high school. While he was excelling academically and developing an interest in the school theater, he still gravitated towards that friend group that would encourage bad habits. And after he was caught vandalizing public property, he actually became a ward of the state, or ward of the court, where he was put under the legal custody of the government. When asked about this later in life, James said a lot of this stemmed from lacking a clear identity. By the time I got to high school, I didn't have a thing, so I ended up just getting into a lot of trouble. Even when Franco got into UCLA as an English major, he still found himself dealing with an identity crisis. He finally decided to take matters into his own hands, dropping out of college to pursue an acting career, something his parents disapproved of.
I don't know, it seemed like they were very disappointed. They're like, well, my dad actually said you're being a fool, like for dropping out of UCLA and going to work at McDonald's.
What did he want you to do?
Well, if he could have had anything, I would have been a mathematician.
Luckily for him, his edgy personality caught the attention of writer Paul Feig and producer Judd Apatow. They were casting for a show called Freaks and Geeks, a coming-of-age story where high school misfits grow up in the 1980s. They picked Franco to be the group's bad boy, Daniel Desario. Franco admits that he basically got the job because he lived his character's life in the past. What they did on that show was that they just found a bunch of people that they liked and they wrote the characters around them. In retrospect, the casting for Freaks and Geeks was actually immaculate. Franco, Linda Cardinelli, John Francis Daly, Jason Segel, Martin Starr, Seth Rogen, and Busy Phillips all sustained long-lasting careers in the industry. But even surrounded by all these talented and like-minded actors, James Franco still felt like a bit of an outcast that nobody liked, until he met Seth Rogen, who became his first real friend in Hollywood. Franco said, "There was a point where most people on the show didn't like me, because I took myself too seriously. I thought I was Marlon Brando or something. Then I pushed Busy over by accident, so everybody didn't like me, I think. except for Seth. And although Seth became a friend of his, I can't help but notice the strange way that they both recall hanging out back then. There was a period where Seth, Jason, and I all went to Jason's house, and they would sit at one end of the room and smoke weed, and Seth said he literally would sit in the corner. I find it interesting that instead of just saying, oh, we would hang out, they both recalled how James would essentially keep his distance from them. This definitely contributes to the aura of mystery surrounding James Franco. In the first half of his career, he was a bit of a recluse. He didn't speak much, he didn't open up, he wasn't someone constantly being bombarded by paparazzi, and it could be due to some internal struggles. He said, I have a very addictive personality. When I was a teenager, I got over certain addictions, and that's when I started acting. At age 17, I really threw myself into it, and that became everything, to the point where I didn't even socialize. And this extreme approach to his job now would only get worse, to the point where it started ruining his personal life and damaging his reputation in the industry. But before we dive deeper, a quick word from today's sponsor. As I've gotten older, I sometimes think it's time to start taking my own health a little more seriously. I have a handful of different symptoms that I try and self-diagnose online instead of doing the right idea. But James didn't see comedy roles as his future. To execute this role to his standards, he isolated himself from everyone close to him, especially his girlfriend at the time. I got it into my head that I needed to be isolated, and so told my girlfriend at the time that I wouldn't be talking to her for 4 months. It did not go down well. We finally made a compromise where I talked to her for an hour a week on the phone. I no longer do that. He also started smoking for the first time, going through 2 packs of cigarettes in a day, in addition to bleaching his hair blonde, learning to ride a motorcycle, playing the guitar and the bongos while reading books on James Dean. But Franco's dedication paid off, as it earned him a Golden Globe Award for Best Actor in a miniseries or television film, and an Emmy nomination for Outstanding Lead Actor in a miniseries or a movie. Franco wanted to level up from here, and he began auditioning for the lead role as Peter Parker in Spider-Man 2, but he was chosen as Harry Osborn instead.
The role is one where I have a troubled relationship with my father, and I think that's a very relevant issue in this day and age, and I'm all for exploring that, and if kids out there can relate to that, I'm happy.
James had a very serious, dramatic presence in his career at the time, the polar opposite of the happy-go-lucky smiling goof that his fans would come to love. This seriousness was building him a very successful career, but the methods he used to fully immerse himself into his characters were seen by his co-stars as unnecessary and abusive, like when he destroyed his working relationship with Tyrese Gibson in the film Annapolis. The 2006 film was about a young man from the wrong side of the tracks who realizes his dream is attending the U.S. Naval Academy in Maryland.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes.
In an interview, both Tyrese and Franco appeared to approach the roles differently. Franco seemed unenthusiastic, bored, and detached, while Tyrese Gibson was more passionate about the officer's motivation.
His character sees a lot of himself in Jake, and so he focuses on Jake just because he knows it maybe sees his potential, but he sees that he's not completely fulfilling that.
You know, there's a much bigger picture, and the bigger picture is I won't be in my position forever. I have to go up, so someone has to fill my shoes, and I see that in him. I see that he can be the next Cole. He can be the next great company commander.
When preparing for a boxing scene, Franco would literally punch Gibson as hard as he could, which clearly bothered Tyrese. He said, James Franco is a method actor. I respect method actors, but he never snapped out of character. Whenever we'd have to get in the ring for boxing scenes, and even during practice, the dude was full on hitting me. I was always like, James, lighten up, man. We're just practicing. It got so bad that Gibson couldn't even look at Franco when the filming ended. I never want to work with him again. Franco was aware that Tyrese was upset with his method and strangely told reporters that he had heard Tyrese wanted to blow up his hotel room, but he also tried to clarify why they didn't work so well together. We've made up, or I've tried to make up with him. Maybe I was too into that role. I don't try to be mean to anybody on a movie. In the past, I've tended to isolate myself, and maybe people take that as me being rude or me not liking them, but it's really a way for me to stay in character. I really had nothing personal against Tyrese, but I guess there were a lot of misunderstandings. And while you might think that this is just two guys being overdramatic, the reality was that James Franco's behavior led to him burning a lot of bridges, making people just genuinely not want to work with him. And besides his now distant friendship with Seth Rogen on Freaks and Geeks, it looked like the young actor hadn't made any friendships at all. He said, "And then after like 10 years of that, at age 27, I realized, man, I'm so depressed. On the surface, my life seems pretty good. I have a career and everything, but I feel so isolated and lonely." But just as everything started getting dark for James, his old buddy Seth reached out and presented an opportunity that would change his career forever. Rogen was writing a movie with Freaks and Geeks producer Judd Apatow called Pineapple Express. Apatow told Franco that he should go back to comedy if he was so upset with his current career, and Franco accepted the offer. While they didn't know it yet, this would be the movie that made James Franco and Seth Rogen best friends in the eyes of Hollywood, only for that relationship to be put to the test when Franco would confront a near career-ending scandal. In 2008, the stoner action film Pineapple Express became the comedy of the year and stands as one of the most iconic comedy films of the early 2000s. It starred Seth Rogen as Dale Denton, a lazy process server who was constantly high, and James Franco as Saul Silver, a laid-back drug dealer who sees Denton as his best friend. The two get into a lot of trouble with a drug kingpin, and there are also a number of crazy side stories, like when Seth Rogen's character reveals he's been dating a girl from a local high school, which was just a joke, right? There's nothing weird going on there. The movie was a massive success for a comedy, earning over $100 million in the worldwide box office, which is almost 4 times the original budget. As far as fans were concerned, most of this had to do with the natural chemistry between Seth Rogen and James Franco. Seth was a real-life stoner. He couldn't go 5 seconds without making a joke and following up with his signature laugh. Franco was the more reserved, chill guy, like the guy who smokes and just sits there and smiles at everybody else's jokes. Their chemistry felt authentic, almost looked like they had been best friends growing up.
You know, I've been preparing for this role my whole life, I think, in some ways, so I didn't really need to method act. James takes his job a lot more
Because here's the thing, because you pretty much play you in a way, right?
You know,
and it's kind of an amplified you.
It's true. I limp in this movie. No, I don't even do that.
Versus this, you have to, you know, there's a large transformation from the you we see here versus the you we see on the screen.
It's a wig. It was a wig.
It's a wig. He wore a wig.
That was it. That's all it took?
That's pretty much it. I put on the wig and the character came alive.
After this film, fans started to see a version of James Franco they never saw before. You can see him try to open up a little bit, not be so dramatic or mysterious in interviews.
I'm happy with the movie. Seems like people like it, and it's actually like one of the first movies I've done in a while where I'm like, just like watching it with people. You know, the response is really good and it's just fun to watch. So, just a fun kind of thing.
Why this one? Seth?
Why this comedy?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually. I've been offered, comedies before, but usually they're like kind of silly romantic comedies or whatever, and this was like the first one that felt like it was actually funny and be fun to do. So.
Seth, did you always know that James had in him to be hilarious?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I met James, I was under, the guys we were all on a comedy together, I was surprised when he went off in kind of a more dramatic direction, if anything like that. I actually remember trying to convince you not to play James Dean. And I was wrong. I was wrong, dude. Yeah, that turned out well.
Pineapple Express didn't just bring James and Seth closer together.
Look at us. Nobody would ever think that two people like us would be spies.
To the KGB, I'm a POI, a person of interest. But you two are PONIs.
Ponies. Persons of no interest.
It also revived Franco's love for acting in a big way. In 2010, Franco's most notable project was the biographical survival drama film 127 Hours. In the film, avid mountaineer Aaron Ralston must find a way to escape after he gets trapped by a boulder in an isolated slot canyon in Blue John Canyon, southeastern Utah. 127 Hours was well received by critics and audiences, and grossed $60 million worldwide. The American Film Institute selected the film as one of the top 10 films of 2010. It was not nominated for 6 Academy Awards, including Best Actor for Franco and Best Picture. It was another film that cemented James Franco as a legitimate Hollywood star. He was celebrated for his willingness to take risks, as well as his range as an artist. And while not every movie they acted in was a big hit, both Franco and Rogen were in the middle of a career renaissance that made them household names. Franco's notable films during this time included a wide range of different roles, like Eat, Pray, Love, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Spring Breakers, Oz the Great and Powerful. Seth Rogen kept making comedies while also branching out into dramas and romances like Observe and Report, Monsters vs. Aliens, 50-50, Paul, Take This Waltz, and The Guilt Trip. And all of this really culminated to the celebrity-packed comedy This Is the End.
For years, we've been entertained by the idea of celebrities playing themselves doing supernatural things for some reason. I mean, like, there's always, Larry Sanders Show and Curb Your Enthusiasm. There's been a lot of things where actors portray themselves, but we thought like adding in this element that's like totally surreal would really bring that idea to a new level, potentially. That's what we were excited about.
There were dozens of memorable celebrity cameos in this film, including Rihanna, Emma Watson, and Channing Tatum, who notably played Danny McBride's sexual gimp. When discussing his own role, James Franco seemed to act like a completely different person. He appeared to be much more confident. In an interview, he expressed his love for Seth Rogen as a close friend and how their growing relationship was one of the key reasons why he became so successful.
Now, I wouldn't say that I'm like obsessed with Seth, but I do love Seth. Really, from like one of the very first things either of us did, Freaks and Geeks, to now. He's kind of been there and at important points in my career. The beginning, Pineapple Express, when I feel like my career really did change and I started to do things that I really cared about. And
however, shortly after this, rumors began to circulate that James Franco tried to get involved with an underage fan, and the mounting evidence surrounding the event was pretty damning. Seth Rogen had a pretty crucial choice to make: dismiss James' actions or defend his friend in front of the world. In April of 2014, gossip sites published messages between the then 35-year-old James Franco and a 17-year-old Scottish girl named Lucy Claude, seemingly trying to lure her to his hotel room. The teenager was visiting New York City, where she saw Of Mice and Men on Broadway. It was here where she encountered Franco, who was performing on stage. At some point, Lucy and other fans swarmed the stage and recorded videos of the actor. Franco told Lucy to tag him in the video on Instagram. Soon after, she posted her interaction to her Instagram, and James began following her. Now, it's not inappropriate or even uncommon for public figures to follow their biggest fans as a show of gratitude for their support, but this seemingly innocent exchange escalated drastically. Shortly after following Lucy, Franco sent her several direct messages, asking how old she was, if she had a boyfriend, and for her number. It is particularly interesting how frantic the messages seem, asking multiple rapid-fire questions before she can even respond. The 17-year-old responded by telling Franco her age and that she was visiting New York City with her mom. At this point, Franco was clearly aware that she was not 18, and yet he still exchanged numbers with the teen. The two switched to texting, where he again spouted out rapid-fire questions. Can I see you? You're single? What's the hotel? Should I rent a room? Before continuing the conversation, Lucy wanted to make sure that it was really Franco, so he sent the teenager a photo of himself. He also held up a piece of paper with her name on it. The situation made headlines when Lucy later shared her conversation with the actor online. Franco responded to the criticism with a strange, now deleted tweet, writing, "I hope parents keep their teens away from me. Thank you." With Franco's looks, success, and friendly public personality, fans didn't really know what to make of this. Some people speculated that this fiasco was a publicity stunt for his upcoming film, Palo Alto. In the film, Franco plays Mr. B, a soccer coach who starts an affair with a teenage babysitter. The idea that James was role-playing borderline to promote a film is absurd to say the least. He did have a history of method acting, so some people wondered if this was just a part of that process. Soon after, Franco appeared on the Kelly and Michael talk show to address the mounting allegations. It was incredibly awkward, and Franco uncomfortably tried to joke around and share a rant about the dangers of social media.
I just didn't, I was just feeling awkward. I didn't want to come on the show and just feel awkward. So, yeah, I mean, I guess, I'm embarrassed, and I guess I'm just a model of, how social media is tricky. It's a way people meet each other today, but what I've learned, I guess just because I'm new to it, it's like you don't know who's on the other end. You meet somebody in person and you get a feel for them, but you don't know who you're talking to. And, so I use bad judgment and I learned my lesson. But unfortunately, in my position, I mean, I have a very good life, but not only do I have to go through the embarrassing kind of rituals of meeting someone, sometimes if I do that, then it gets, published for the world. So now, it's like doubly embarrassing. But
while this definitely was embarrassing and weird, this didn't necessarily address the full context of the scandal. Lucy was 17 and James was 35, and he was well aware of her age.
You know I love balling on a budget, so that's why I tried out Mint Mobile. The cool thing is that you can buy months in bulk, so the more you buy up front, the more you save. So you know that I got the 12-month package. I haven't had to pay a phone bill in over half a year now. Right now, new customers get 50% off of any of Mint Mobile's unlimited plans, so shop now and save.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. You never respected me. Download Opera GX.
To be fair, they never actually met up, and even if they did, technically the age of consent in New York City is 17, so in terms of the law, there was no crime committed. Seth Rogen did not distance himself from James Franco. Instead, he did what most people would expect of a comedian: make a joke about it. While Rogen was hosting Saturday Night Live, his monologue was built around this fake log documenting the events leading up to the show. For a punchline, he made a jab at Franco, telling the audience that he trolled him by sending texts as an underage girl.
Wednesday, 3 p.m. They read all the sketches out loud. I didn't feel like I did great. So, to make myself feel better, I decided to prank James Franco. I posed as a girl on Instagram. Told him I was way young. He seemed unfazed. I have a date to meet him at the Ace Hotel.
Seth Rogen's joke helped make the incident seem like a silly mistake by a regular guy, but it was also an example of how the two had become best friends. It was like Rogen's way of standing up for Franco at a time when he needed it the most. The two of them were also in the process of releasing their most controversial comedy yet, The Interview. It was so controversial that the North Korean government threatened action against the United States if Sony released the film. Of course, this mostly had to do with its incorporation of the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, not to mention that it ends with his assassination. It seemed like no matter what, Seth stood by his friend and continued to work with him. James once said that he and Seth never had a fight in their entire career working together. It was always smooth. But Seth has a slightly different perspective, because James really tested nation. It seemed like no matter what, Seth stood by his friend and continued to work with him. James once said that he and Seth never had a fight in their entire career working together. It was always smooth. But Seth has a slightly different perspective, because James really tested Seth's patience on the set of The Disaster Artist. James Franco's The Disaster Artist was an adapted screenplay based on a film called The Room by Tommy Wiseau. Ironically, The Room is known as the absolute worst movie ever made. It was all about a director who makes such a perfectly bad movie that he ends up becoming a legend. Rogen said that Franco was perfect for the role, as he is often misunderstood for his artistic interests.
And Franco, as someone who has done a lot of weird art throughout his life, constantly being misunderstood, misinterpreted, people thinking that the thought was great was stupid and vice versa. It was incredibly personal to him.
But the tone was different behind the scenes, as Franco felt it was time to bring back the method to capture the eccentric personality of Tommy in a believable way. He said, "I'm directing a movie and acting in it, and playing a character who is directing a movie and acting in it. At no other time in my career am I going to do this again. Being Tommy off camera made everything flow easier in hindsight. It helped create an atmosphere on set. That being said, I didn't go so far overboard as Tommy. I didn't give bad direction. I gave what I hoped was good direction." However, Seth Rogen said he was getting irritated by Franco's refusal to break character. "I couldn't deal with it. Straight up. For the first 2 days, people would come up and ask me, 'Where's James?' And I was always like, 'He's right effing there.' But regardless of how uncomfortable this made people feel, it was a lot different from Franco's fallout with Tyrese Gibson. The Disaster Artist ended up being a huge success during the premiere, and Rogen was also won over when his grandmother didn't recognize Franco in the film. He said, 'My grandmother came out and she just did not get what the F was happening. She was walking around like, I thought James was in the movie. I never explained it to her. It finally looked like Franco had found the perfect balance in Hollywood, being able to portray serious, dramatic characters with depth and using method acting to be fully immersed, while also making silly comedies that have fans belly laughing, and doing all of this while still maintaining a close and unbreakable friendship with Seth Rogen. But just as Franco had achieved the perfect career and life in Hollywood, it was about to come crashing down, and we were about to finally see just how strong or weak his friendship with Seth Rogen truly was. James Franco ran his own acting and filmmaking school called Studio 4 since 2014. The idea was to bring talented entertainers together and embrace techniques that could make them Hollywood stars. But there was always a competitive angle, with the course ending in students getting together and making a short film to see who gets the chance to work with James Franco.
That was really good. We just saw some amazing work. We really did. In 1 week, these people, you know, they wrote, shot, and edited these things. Some great acting, great everything. Very happy with all this work. Now remember, one actor is going to be chosen to work with James and Rabbit Bandini.
However, this institution gave James direct access to hundreds of young, aspiring female actors, ones who were eager for his approval.
Take what you do best and create a website that's worthy of it.
And for a chance at achieving their Hollywood dream. This power dynamic needs to be respected and handled professionally, and James Franco having a history of pursuing teenagers made this a disaster waiting to happen. This all started to unravel on January 7th, 2018. James won and accepted a Golden Globe for Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy Film at the 75th Annual Golden Globe Awards. During the event, James wore a pin for Time's Up, the initiative to combat workplace harassment. While wearing the Time's Up pin at such a sensitive time in Hollywood seemed like the right move from a PR standpoint to win over the public, Franco unintentionally ruined his career on the night of his greatest success. Starting with these tweets from a woman named Ali Sheedy. Why is a man hosting? Why is James Franco allowed in? Said too much. Okay, wait, bye. Christian Slater and James Franco at a table on Golden Globes? Hashtag me too. James Franco just won. Please never ask me why I left the film/TV business. The woman felt that she had said too much and decided to delete her tweets, but she inspired others to speak out. Hey James Franco, nice Time's Up pin at the Golden Globes. Remember a few weeks ago when you told me the full nudity you had me do in 2 of your movies for $100 a day wasn't exploitative because I signed a contract to do it? Time's up on that. Now that you have a Golden Globe, why don't you give speaking roles that don't require nudity in your upcoming films to the dozens of women who have done full nudity and scenes in your indie films and art projects? Another woman named Violet said, cute Time's Up pin, James Franco. Remember the time you pushed my head down in a car towards your exposed and that other time you told my friend to come to your hotel when she was 17, after you had already been caught doing that to a different 17-year-old? To make matters worse, stories were now surfacing that Franco was using his acting school, Studio 4, as a way to groom aspiring actresses into having X. One of the women who tweeted, Sarah Tither Kaplan, told the LA Times that the Time's Up pin was like a slap in the face and he unfairly leveraged his influence as a teacher. I feel there was an abuse of power, and there was a culture of exploiting non-celebrity women, and a culture of women being replaceable. When Sarah got into more detail, the story just got worse and worse, particularly when she claimed that Franco coerced her into doing graphic X scenes.
It was a lot of nudity and sex scenes that I felt were not artistically justified and were added in after the fact.
In May of 2015, a company employee sent an email to Tither Kaplan and her fellow sceners, informing the class that he just wanted to let them know that the films are now up on Studio 4's Vimeo channel. Sarah later discovered images from the film on at least one X-rated website. According to Kaplan, there was also a nude scene she filmed with Franco and several women 3 years ago. He removed protective plastic guards covering other actresses' private areas while simulating oral on them. Kaplan continued saying, I got it in my head pretty quickly that, okay, you don't say no to this guy. In response to the accusations, Franco made another appearance on TV. This time it was on Late Night with Stephen Colbert. During the show, Franco insisted that the accusations weren't accurate and that he truly wore the Time's Up pin as an honest show of support.
The things that I heard that were on Twitter are not accurate, but I completely support people coming out and being able to have a voice because they didn't have a voice for so long. So I don't want to shut them down in any way. It's I think, a good thing, and I support it.
Franco's casting director, Cynthia Huffman, also came to his defense. James is all about giving up-and-comers, actors and actresses, and young filmmakers a break in this business. Huffman said, "I feel horrible that anyone was made to feel uncomfortable, but we went to great lengths to make sure all the actresses in the nude scenes felt comfortable and safe. From here, stories seemed to pour out of every part of the industry. One of them involved a woman named Hilary Dusum, who had taken a class with Franco in 2012 before he opened his school. For Dusum, the trouble started when she thought she would be a part of a short film, only to arrive at a strip club. According to Dusum, Franco dressed them up in lingerie and asked, 'So who wants to take your shirt off?' Apparently, when nobody volunteered, Franco stormed off angry. Dusum told the press, 'I felt like I was selected for something based on my hard work and my merit, and when I realized it was because I have nice breasts, it was pretty clear that was not the case.' Dusum said, 'I don't think he started teaching with bad intentions, but he went down a bad path and damaged a lot of people in the process. And one of those people he damaged was 23-year-old Violet Paley, which would end up being one of the biggest stories in the news. In 2016, Paley said she connected with James Franco in hopes that he would help her with a script she was working on. As they started working together, she admitted that they had started a romantic relationship. However, things allegedly took a non-consensual turn when Franco pressured her into oral. I was talking to him, all of a sudden his was out. I got really nervous and I said, 'Can we do this later?' He was kind of nudging my head down and I just didn't want him to hate me, so I did it."
Looking back, do you feel like you couldn't say no?
No, I could have said no, but because of the power dynamic, this situation was so surreal and I wanted him to like me.
While the relationship has ended, Paley admitted that she had a lot of trouble moving past the incident years later. In hindsight, she says she would have done things differently if given another chance. "I would say, no, stop, get out of my car." She said the power dynamic was really off. By 2019, James Franco went from being one of the hottest names in Hollywood to being one of the most infamous alleged predators in the Me Too movement. On October 3rd, 2019, Sarah Tither Kaplan and another woman named Toni Gao officially filed a lawsuit against Franco and his partners at Studio 4. According to the New York Times, the two women called Studio 4 a scheme to provide James Franco and his male collaborators with a pool of young female performers that they could take advantage of. In their lawsuit, they claimed Mr. Franco and his partners engaged in widespread, inappropriate, and charged behavior towards female students by their power as a teacher and employer by dangling the opportunity for roles in their projects. These actions led to an environment of harassment and exploitation both in and out of class. Franco's lawyer denied the accusations and called the lawsuit ill-informed. James will not only fully defend himself, but will also seek damages from the plaintiffs and their attorneys for filing this scurrilous publicity.
Oh, wait, come here. Birthday girl chat. She be nervous and shit, bro.
Seeking lawsuit. 5 months later, it was reported that the lawsuit was settled and that Ms. Tither Kaplan and Ms. Gao had agreed.
You, just you, building your app on base 44.
Agreed to drop their individual claims. In June of 2021, the terms of the settlement were revealed, disclosing that Franco paid more than $2.23 million to resolve the two separate legal disputes. Although many cases are settled out of court and don't necessarily imply guilt, to some, the massive payout implies that he didn't want to take this to trial because there may be things that are found out that would harm him even more. And just as the heat appeared to be dying down for Franco, another actor named Charlene Yi spoke out regarding another controversy with him. In an April 2021 Instagram post, Yi said, "When I tried to break legal contract and quit Disaster Artist because James Franco is a sexual predator, they tried to bribe me with a bigger acting role. I cried and told them that this was the exact opposite of what I wanted, that I didn't feel safe working with an effing predator. They minimized and said Franco being a predator."
Say happy birthday, chat. Show yourself. Your birthday, girl. Wait. What do you put? It's give it up for the birthday girl. Lock in, y'all. Say y'all happy birthdays on her Instagram. Say picture. We'll look at it later.
Was so last year and that he changed when I literally heard of him abusing new women that week. Predators will perform empathy, gaslight, and say they will do better, all in order to protect themselves and continue to harm others. In another post she said, white men saying it's not their responsibility when holding Franco accountable or when holding Seth Rogen and enablers accountable, then whose responsibility is it? Yee also added in her caption that Seth Rogen definitely knew about the whole thing, insinuating that he was equally responsible. Seth Rogen was one of the producers on this film, so he definitely knows about the bribe and why I quit. Seth also did a sketch on SNL with Franco, enabling Franco preying on children right after Franco was caught. Franco has a long history of preying on children. This was a crucial point in James Franco and Seth Rogen's friendship, because before, Seth could have just easily ignored it and said, hey, that's his business. But now, he was being accused of essentially being guilty by association.
Chat, do y'all? Well, the Epstein files are all this shit is real, bro.
Or maybe even enabling James's behavior. And it was here where Rogen had a choice to make. If Seth was genuinely a good friend of James Franco's, at seemingly the worst moment of his life and career, defending James would make Seth a loyal friend by definition. But it would also put him in a position where he could be canceled next, or worse, guilty of some crimes. But this controversy was just too big, and saying nothing was not an option. So a month after this Instagram post, Seth Rogen finally accepted an interview with the Sunday Times. And while people were expecting him to disown or defend his buddy, he gave a neutral political answer that is open for interpretation. Rogen said, "What I can say is that I despise abuse and harassment, and I would never cover or conceal the actions of someone doing it or knowingly put someone in a situation where they were around someone like that." He also apologized for the joke he made on SNL, suggesting that it might have aided in sexual abuse. However, I do look back at a joke I made on Saturday Night Live in 2014, and I very much regret making that joke. It was a terrible joke, honestly. When asked about their relationship after the controversy, Rogen stayed pretty vague and admitted that they had become distant. To fans, it seemed like they probably stopped talking altogether. Rogen said, "I don't know if I can define that right now during this interview. I can say it has changed many things in our relationship and our dynamic." Now, logical people would not expect Rogen to take blame on James's behalf. If Seth truly didn't know what was happening behind the scenes, even Franco would probably understand if he chose to distance himself for a while. But Rogen gives this perfectly vague response. He refused to support Franco, but also refused to deny or outright condemn Franco. After several months out of the spotlight, Franco finally addressed all of the controversy on a SiriusXM interview. He looked absolutely exhausted and explained why it took so long for him to respond.
At that moment, I just thought, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to pause. Did not seem like the right time
Smoke
to.
break? Smoke break? Yeah. Everybody looking like you know, smoke break. We'll be back though. We'll watch some more shit. We'll watch the BG one. Looks enticing. Alright, we'll be back, man. Bro. All right, bet.
One of the strangest people that DDG has had beef with in the past is a deeply polarizing figure, and that's being quite generous, named Elijah Schaefer.
And that's why it doesn't.
He is often called the richest.
What's poppin', y'all? Listen, y'all might have to do academics like they did Ned Stark for the capital crime of meat watching that he just did on Lil Baby. This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life. So a little bit of context before I play you guys this clip. We know the beef between academics and Lil Baby. There was supposed to be some boxing match. They've been trying to run a fade for 2 years. Lil Baby reached out to him via DM, said, yo, I'm gonna pull up on you. Academics sent him an address, which I believe would have been some sort of an ambush to just air him out because it was at his studio. Regardless, Lil Baby didn't pull up. Lil Baby pulls out of the recent fight, all this other stuff. But academics gets a hit or a hint from some sort of executive, one of these people in this whole like Illuminati thing that people like to reference. And they told him this information that he decided to bring to the public. And he prefaced this. So the preface that he gave is, oh, by the way, guys, this isn't for you, but I'm saying it in front of you. This is to let Lil Baby know that somebody told me this, when if that was the case, he would have just messaged Lil Baby directly because they still have context in DMs. So I'm gonna play you guys the clip right now.
This is not for the fans. I just want Baby to know I've been laughing at this for 2 days straight. Baby calls him somebody of notable power and influence and a lot of money and tells him he has an idea for a company for a pill. Chat. It's going to sound so crazy, you're only going to understand after you now think about every rumor you've heard about him. They said Lil Baby said to yo, I want to invent a pill. Like, again, this is how these rappers are. You know they're stupid, right? Germany.
Kevin Hart never should have been made. He always does that. Ooh, I want to see Elsa Bloodstone.
When you think about Michael Jackson, you probably think of a soft.
Why did Wonder Man insist on casting Yahya, a black actor, as Simon Williams? No one realized the 3 major sacrifices he made for this role. In the comics, Simon is not only massively muscular, but his skin is always portrayed as white. Yet in the TV series, Simon's skin tone has been changed to black. Aside from wearing Simon's iconic dark sunglasses, Yahya seems to share almost nothing with the original comic version of the character. So why was he still chosen to play Wonder Man? First, Simon's iconic V-shaped physique in the comics is extremely striking, but that kind of body isn't something most people can realistically achieve through training alone. Even so, Yahya insisted on pushing his body to get as close as possible to the comic book proportions. He knew he couldn't replicate Simon's original appearance, so he did everything within his control to show fans his respect for Wonder Man. Second, after seeing how She-Hulk and the new Captain America were constantly criticized and attacked by fans, Yahya became deeply anxious about whether he could truly live up to the role of Simon. Yet it was precisely that anxiety that helped him understand Simon's true inner world. Why did Wonder Man insist?
So the scene starts with Joe Biden having a presidential inauguration. Now, I don't know how an army general somehow became the president. He's gonna go up there talking straight BS.
One bad hamburger at McDonald's does not make McDonald's.
Here at Mr. Beast, we are always trying to pull off the impossible. You can't be executing at this type of scale, at this type of speed without the right tools.
$5 million of real money.
Having Slack at our disposal is truly the key to the success.
Things that people think are impossible, we pull it off every time.
It's always something different, keeps us on our toes.
Does anyone have a canon expert? I'm using that Slack bot to find that answer.
This is a $1 billion rocket ship, a future technology that will one day take you all the way to Mars to live in your brand new home, a $500 million biosphere. Oh my gosh. And throughout this video, we'll show you just how epic the future is about to be. Oh my gosh. You'll see how we're going to bring extinct species back to life. This is literally the future. Flying cars that can take you anywhere. What? And so much more. No way. All starting with this $1 light, which, when you combine millions of them, can simulate the future of humanity or Mars. And in this video, I'm excited to show you guys the most futuristic technology on the planet. But next, we're going with the $10,000 technology, Neuralink, which is a computer chip surgically implanted into the brain, enabling people like Nolan here to reconnect to the world. So you were paralyzed from the neck down.
Yeah, and for about 8 years, I was trying to find some purpose in my life.
And then you got Neuralink, and what has that changed?
Anything anyone can do on a computer, I can do.
And he literally does it by using only his brain. You are currently moving that with your thoughts.
Yeah, man.
I want to see you send a text with your brain.
Okay.
His hands are paralyzed, but we're gonna film them so you can see they're not moving. And using the neurons firing in Nolan's brain, Neuralink can translate those signals into movements. He just typed hi with his mind. Is this not crazy to anyone else? But that's not all he can do. So you just think left, and you're about to turn left.
Left, right, don't die.
No.
There we go.
He absolutely crushed us playing with only his mind.
I never thought would allow me to do anything like this.
And future technology can not only help the mind, but also the body. For people like Kai, a 12-year-old born without an arm and was sadly abandoned on the side of the road. This is what Kai thinks he's about to get. This is hard. And he is sadly a body. For people like Kai, a 12-year-old born without an arm and was sadly abandoned on the side of the road. This is what Kai thinks he's about to get. This is hard. And he has no idea he's in a fake doctor's office and about to get the most advanced bionic arm on the planet. A $25,000 bionic ligament straight out of a superhero movie. That's surprising. Hey, Kai.
Hello.
Do you mind telling me a little bit about yourself?
I'm 12. I'm adopted from China.
Kai has no idea that that's Jimmy. Your mom told me that you are a big fan of the channel.
Wait, no way.
Yes, and this is the arm you were going to be getting, but I didn't think that was good enough. So I got you a present.
No way.
This is the most futuristic bionic arm on the planet. Your mom told me that you like playing sports, you like being active, and this should make everything you want to do much more
This is
easy.
no way.
The cool part about this arm too is there's sensors in there, and you'll be able to use the hand without having to pull on anything. The sensors will be able to pick up on your nerves. Is that freaking cool?
Yes.
Bicep arm. Oh, look at that. Here's a piece of wood. See if you can grab it. There you go. Is that not freaking crazy? All right, you want to try shaking my hand? Oh, that's so cool. There we go. Look at that. And then obviously, if you ever don't want the bee spraying, you can just pop it off. You don't
I'm
have to
keeping
have
this
it.
on.
Okay.
This is the best day of my life.
Real? Aw.
I've seen so many of your videos where you help people. I never thought that would be me.
Here we are. Sure, this bionic arm is life-changing, but it's nothing compared to the $150,000 flying car. You think that thing will beat me to work?
Oh yeah, if somehow you win, I'll give you $1 million.
You'll give me $1 million if I win?
Oh yeah.
Oh, all right, let's get this going. We're gonna race to work and see which is faster, a flying car or a normal car.
Let's see.
All right, let the race begin. Okay. Whoa.
He's right next to
He's
us.
literally right.
What? Did he just peel off into the ocean?
Yeah, he doesn't need roads.
That's cheating.
For this to be a true test, we have to obey all traffic laws. See, look, we have to stop at a stop sign. Now we can go. But with the flying car, he can just take a straight path, which is why for as long as people have thought about the future, flying cars have always been at the forefront. Oh, wait, I can see him.
That's it.
Wait, he might already be over halfway. We just started.
Well, we gotta hurry.
Imagine how much time you could save every single day if your commute to work was cut in half because you could fly to it instead of having to drive to it.
I'd save like 1,000 hours a year.
Maybe not a year.
I didn't do any math.
This $150,000 flying car doesn't even compare to the $1 billion rocket ship we'll be seeing later. This is just the beginning.
This thing got here so fast. Come on in. Oh God, I forgot we're at a beach. Jimmy's not catching up to that at all.
Jimmy, I think you're cooked for the $1 million.
Yeah, well, luckily, I never said I would give him $1 million if he won. He just said he'd give me $1 million. Let me make sure I don't actually run over someone. Oh, there it is. How long have you been here?
10 minutes.
You've been here for 10 minutes?
Absolutely.
Oh my God. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited to drive one of these one day.
And if you're not excited for the future yet, how about you take this jetpack to work soon?
For the price of $500,000. This jetpack can fly over 80 miles an hour. And with a 3-mile range, it's easily the fastest way to get to work.
So happy at work.
Glad you can make it.
The future of transportation isn't just in the sky, it's also on the ground. And for $1 million, we have the fastest car in the world, and I'm gonna get in and drive it. Now, not only is this the fastest car in the world, hold on. my gosh, it accelerates so fast. But it has so much suction that it can drive upside down. Oh, all right. Oh my God, Jimmy is turning upside down right now. This is absolutely terrifying. But not as terrifying as being in a normal car.
This is so crazy. He's defying gravity right now.
Oh, I feel all the blood in my body rushing to my head. This thing has 2 vacuum fans so powerful, you can literally drive it upside down.
That's crazy.
Just not very far. And at 10 times the cost of this car, Mercedes put the future price tag of this concept car at $10 million.
This is a vision of a futuristic car in, let's say, a couple hundred years. It's also inspired by the universe of Pandora. It's more like a creature.
So if I touch it,
it will react to you, yes.
Whoa. What happens if I pet it?
Yeah, you see, he likes it.
That is, okay. Can I take the creature for a spin?
Yes.
Let's have some fun. So all you do is you just press it forward to go forward. What? Is that crazy? And then you pull it back to stop. And then this top part twists, so you can drive the car sideways.
Oh my God.
These chairs pick up your heartbeat and all your vitals, and then automatically adjust everything. They will automatically change the temperature for you. Watch this.
Wait, so then in theory I can drive it?
Yeah, you can drive it. But this car's worth $10 million, by the way, so.
It is?
Yeah.
And I'm driving with my left hand right now? Okay. Oh my gosh, this is trippy.
Speaking of trippy, see that drone right there?
I do.
That is called Wing.
This is literally the future of delivery. Now check this.
That is crazy, and then it just lets go.
Super convenient. They can deliver your packages in minutes. And to put that to the test, while we were shooting our next Wilderness Challenge video, I ordered s'mores ingredients for a contestant through the Wing app. And even though they normally deliver to your doorstep, Wing did a special delivery for this Wilderness video faster than any other delivery service could have. What would have normally taken hours was just delivered in a couple minutes to the middle of the woods.
Oh, God. That's pretty crazy.
There you go. Everything you need for s'mores delivered in minutes. Normally, though, Wing delivers to your doorstep or backyard.
What the heck? Flying packages?
And this isn't just the future. Wing has already delivered over 750,000 packages to people's doors.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Go to wing.com/MrBeast to learn more. But for now, we're heading to our $200 million technology. Which brings us to Upside Foods that has literally produced hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat without killing a single chicken, which is incredible because over 220 million chickens are killed every single day in order to sustain demands for their meat. And Upside Foods has spent over $200 million in research and development in order to create this technology.
Let me show you how we do it.
Please do, I don't understand.
When we took cells from a chicken egg in 2018, we cracked an egg, we took a small amount of cells, and we froze them in this that goes down to -80.
Wow. And you've used those cells to make hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat.
Step 2 is we take those cells, we gently thaw them out.
Oh my gosh. This is simulating a chicken's body, and the cells are just multiplying.
Once we get enough of them, we move on to step 3.
This is protein, fat, sugar. I'm literally feeding the chicken cells over there so they can multiply into chicken meat.
That's right, yes.
And once the chicken feed is in the container, it moves all the way through these pipes and through the factory and eventually ends up in here.
You can look through this. You'll see chicken cells just swimming and swimming in there.
Oh my goodness.
It's a lot of chicken.
Every 2 seconds, this produces a chicken's worth of chicken meat.
Yeah, every few seconds.
And saving chicken lives is not the only upside to Upside Foods. These chickens don't get diseases, so you don't have to worry about a disease spreading on the farm and then you eating a sick chicken. Honestly, it seems too good to be true.
Well, let's go and try it.
Please, I need to try it. I need to see how this tastes. Now we're gonna put the meat we just grew to the test. Come on in, I brought one of the best chefs I know, Nick DiGiovanni, and he's prepared for us 2 chicken sandwiches. One of these sandwiches, a chicken was killed today to make. The other, no chickens were killed and it was grown in a lab. Which do you think we'll like better?
I think if I cook it right, you won't be able to tell.
Okay, this is gonna be a good test. He's now giving me one of each chicken sandwich. So we're both trying this one. Here's what it actually is. Me and Tariq do not know. Cheers.
Cheers it. Here we go.
Well, chicken.
Chicken.
Now we're gonna try this one. This is what it is. We don't know.
Cheers it.
I honestly can't tell.
It's actually scary how similar I mean, they're both chicken.
No matter what, both of them taste really good. This one's the cultivated one.
You're wrong.
No shot.
That's the cultivated one.
Honestly, can't tell the difference. What the heck?
And what's crazy is in the near future, this technology could save the lives of trillions of chickens and
need
other
to save the
animals.
lives of
Which brings
humans.
us
What
to
if they start
Colossal, the
killing
$400
humans, bro?
million future tech, which literally brought the direwolf back to life and is currently working on bringing back the woolly mammoth and dodo bird.
This is the founder, and he's responsible for bringing back from extinction the animals we're about to see today.
You're gonna be one of our scientists and go in the whole process. You're gonna help us do all the steps to bring back extinct species.
I'm not qualified, but let's do it.
Tens of thousands of years ago, woolly mammoths ruled the mainland. But after the end of the Ice Age, they all went extinct, leaving behind their DNA in the form of their fossilized tusks.
This is a real tusk. It's 43,000 years old from Alaska.
This might be one of the coolest things in the world.
It really is. And this is leading to bringing back the mammoth.
How many decades till you're able to make a woolly mammoth?
We will have mammoths this decade.
Oh my God.
What?
And I'm directly helping by collecting a real mammoth DNA sample.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
You nailed it.
This is a piece of a 43,000-year-old tusk. And that's just the first step in bringing an extinct creature to life. Next, we have to clone the DNA.
You're gonna use a laser to actually pierce into a cell and transfer and clone a cell.
Wait, let me try the code. Okay.
Whoa.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh my gosh.
If anyone wants to break it, let me know.
It's definitely not 1, 2, 3, 4. Step once on that orange petal.
All right.
All right. So now with your right hand, you're gonna move that little pipette and you're gonna go
yeah.
through the hole that you cut using the laser. You're almost there. Yeah.
Okay.
Surgical precision.
You got it.
Yep.
And there you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You have successfully extracted the DNA.
Wait, I want to put in a different one.
Is he supposed to?
Surgical precision.
You got it.
Yep.
And there you go.
Yes.
You have successfully extracted the DNA.
Wait, I want to put in a different one.
Is he supposed to do that?
Yeah, I totally can. I mean, that is the cloning process.
I'm a cloner.
So now,
I got it. Don't worry about it. See, then you just shove it in here.
Yep.
Oh, too much. See, then.
yeah, I totally can. I mean, that is the cloning process.
I'm a cloner.
So now,
I got it. Don't worry about it. See, then you just shove it in here.
Yep.
Oh, too much.
that's exactly opposite of what's supposed to happen.
I need some more practice in cloning animals.
But before they can bring a woolly mammoth back to life, first they mix its DNA with that of a mouse and created a woolly mouse. In just a few years, Colossal will use this same technology to bring the woolly mammoth back from extinction.
All right, crazy question. Can I touch it?
Yes, you will be the first person ever outside of our animal operations team to touch living mice. Like, I actually.
Yvonne is my little Pookie bear. We're in Arknight's field and we're checking Yvonne out. Respectfully, of course. You know, I say Pookie bear.
I've never even pet the woolly mice.
I'm literally going to hold an animal that until recently never existed in history.
This is Dale.
Dale is so soft. I now have woolly mammoth DNA. Anyone want to buy it?
No. Someone wash his hands, please.
Colossal has spent over $400 million not just bringing back animals, but also saving them from extinction.
We have over 1,000 species already in this biovault alone.
There are over 1,000 species in here that could one day go endangered, and you're just holding on to their DNA.
What?
Over 1,000 species already in this biovault alone.
There are over 1,000 species in here that could one day go endangered, and you're just holding on to their DNA in case you need to bring it back.
Ben let me label some of the samples that could actually be stored for hundreds of years.
This is dozens of endangered species that I'm gonna slide into here.
Close it, yep.
Okay. And those might sit there for years, decades.
Yeah,
but
or
if
decades.
any of those species go extinct, you can now pull out blood and tissue and clone
reanimate them and clone them. Yes.
How do more people not know about this? This is crazy.
And before I left, I had a little surprise for them.
Can I ask one favor?
Sure.
Tariq, hand it to me. This is a cake made of meat, and you have 2 direwolves that you brought back from extinction. I know your direwolves are classified, but what if I hand you this, and you give the meat cake to the direwolves and film it?
I will totally do that.
Okay, I like that answer.
And Ben kept his promise. You're watching the only 2 direwolves in the universe, literally resurrected from the past, enjoying a meat cake made just for them. And apparently the only difference between saving all animals and saving all humans is $100 million. Bringing us to this $500 million biosphere.
Which is literally the blueprint for what human life will be like on other planets. Let's go be Martians for a day, boys.
Woo! Let's do it. Because this exact biosphere could be our future home on Mars. Surviving there means it needs to produce its own oxygen, water, and self-sustaining food source.
Come on in, boys. Make sure you seal the door behind you. We are now sealed inside the biosphere, which means we can take these suits off. Okay, just gentle on the nose. Okay.
again?
Yes. Okay. Well, being an astronaut is way harder than you think.
It's time to begin our first day as Martians.
While we're not actually on Mars yet, this biosphere could save humanity if Earth becomes uninhabitable.
This biosphere has everything needed to sustain human life.
Even a girlfriend for me?
It's a biosphere, not God. Can't pull off miracles. This place also has 5 different biomes, much like Minecraft, and I want to take you to one of the cooler ones, a rainforest. I don't know if you guys realize, but these plants have been living in here, some of them for over 30 years.
Dude, that's older than Tariq.
No, it's not actually.
Oh, it's the same age?
Yeah. Now, if we keep walking right over here, the rainforest can also rain.
It's literally raining in here.
I told him to only have it rain on the left side of the biosphere, which is why I'm dry and you guys are getting wet. Are you getting a little cold?
Yeah, it's freezing.
Well, here, come on the non-raining half.
It literally isn't raining.
You know like those snow globes you get for Christmas?
Yeah.
That's what this biosphere is. It's your own mini Earth that you can put on any planet in the solar system. Like in the real world, there isn't just rainforests. Now we're gonna head over to the savanna. The savanna biome is the ideal climate for growing food, which is why it's arguably the most important of the 5. These are ghost peppers, as you can see. Nolan, you wanna give it a try?
Sure. Oh! Actually, no, I actually need water.
It's a ghost pepper. Nolan, we don't have much water on Mars. Stop wasting it. I hear milk helps. You want to try our brand new Feastables caramel chocolate bar?
Stop talking, put it in my mouth.
And much like the current state of Nolan's mouth, we're now in the desert biome. All right, ignore the do not enter sign. Do you feel that wind?
Wait, we're inside.
Wind like this is actually important so the trees strengthen themselves and stand up. And that is just one of countless findings that has come out of this biosphere. It's done wonders for research. All right, gentlemen, this right here is a swampland. And the cool part about this, grab one of these plants.
Hey, what is this?
This tastes just like a potato chip. Isn't that crazy? It's crunchy.
Salty.
Yeah. On Mars, if you're like boiling food or whatever, you'd put that in there and it would make the food salty.
What? That's awesome.
And that brings us to our final biome, the ocean. Check it out.
That's a lot of water.
That's a beach. A literal beach inside of the biosphere. Now that we have everything we need to survive the rest of our lives here, say we have a Martian dinner.
Minus the ghost pepper?
With extra ghost pepper. Let's do it. This is a vertical garden, which can grow the same amount of food as 2.5 acres of farmland.
Just 20 years ago, if you wanted to turn this vertical garden into a business, it would have been nearly impossible.
But thanks to Shopify, it's never been easier to bring your business to life.
Just like the technology in this video is changing the world, Shopify changed the world of starting a business, making it easier than ever. Every 26 seconds, there's a sale made on Shopify.
Carl, do you want some lemons?
Yes, please.
Shopify's new tool, Sidekick, is basically like an AI co-founder for your business and can help with websites, set up marketing plans, and routine tasks to save you time. It's pretty awesome.
Ghost pepper again?
No.
This one's small.
No.
It's in the basket.
And since we can't solely rely on lemons and ghost peppers, you know one thing Mars could have? Cultivated chicken from Upside.
Here at Mr. Beast, we are always trying to pull off the impossible. You can't be executing at this type of scale, at this type of speed without the right tools.
Foods. This chicken that doesn't kill chickens, or this biosphere, all the things you see in this video were once an idea in someone's mind. Thanks to Shopify, you too can play a part in shaping the future. Whatever ideas you have in your mind, you can bring to life. All you have to do is scan the QR code or go to shopify.com/MrBeast to turn your dream into an actual business. You could literally do it today before you go to bed. It's kind of wild that this is all futuristic tech, but it's not that far away. Like, if a woman ever talks to Nolan and he has a kid, there's a reality where that kid grows up on Mars one day.
Everything in this video is in reach.
Well, minus you having a kid part. All this stuff you see here doesn't just magically teleport to Mars. It needs a rocket ship to take it there. And as of now, that rocket ship is Starship, the $1 billion futuristic tech
made possible by SpaceX, who invited me here to see their plans to launch thousands of starships to Mars, making humanity a multi-planetary species.
Starship is made here in one of the largest buildings on the planet.
Why do they need such a large building?
Well, basically, raw materials come in one end, and the literal rocket ships go out the other.
Like that?
Yeah, bro, there's rocket ship pieces everywhere.
And we have the vice president of Starship to show us how the technology they're developing here will define humanity's future.
This is the inside of Starship.
Whoa.
In a few years, we'll be sending people to the moon, and shortly after, to Mars.
Can we buy tickets to Mars?
Yeah, let's talk about it later.
Dibs.
And you want to be able to send thousands of starships at a time?
Thousands of starships.
And each starship could hold 100 people?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Bro, the future is crazy. I'm so excited.
While I was being shown around arguably the coolest thing humanity's ever built, I wanted to ask some hard-hitting questions.
Has Starship ever encountered an unidentified object up in space?
Not yet. That we can talk about.
Would the answer be different if I asked you off camera?
No.
Anyways, let's keep going. It's crazy how normal everyone is in here. Like, they're all working really hard, but I think they might be numb to the fact that they're building rockets. This is crazy. You guys realize you're working on a rocket ship, right? Yeah. Isn't that freaking crazy? Yeah.
I'd be terrified if they didn't realize that.
And the rockets that these two are building are fully reusable starships. And when they re-enter Earth's atmosphere, they endure temperatures hotter than molten lava. So the SpaceX team engineered a custom heat shield system.
We've been talking a little bit about heat shield tiles, and here we have one for you to hold. What do you think?
So this is the heat shield tile.
This is a real heat shield tile.
This is very light. Wait, hold that.
Because there's 18,000 of them.
How hot can this get?
It can get so hot that a blowtorch can't get through it.
What if I put my hand here, we put this here, and then you blowtorch this?
I'll blowtorch it.
Really? You have that much faith?
I have that much faith.
Let's test it. Someone give me a blowtorch. I'm not sure I signed a waiver.
No waiver required.
Oh, of course the blowtorch looks like Starship. I love how committed this company is. For reference, so you can see this is real. Look at that. Carl, you should.
I'd love to.
I'll hold it. Wait, don't burn my hand.
Of course.
Wow. Wait, it's turning orange. This is over 2,000 degrees, and I feel nothing on my hand. Science is cool. What happens if I touch it now?
It probably won't burn you, but it will.
He's like, what an idiot.
SpaceX is building hundreds of starships all at the same time.
You guys are churning out rockets like they're cars.
Exactly. This is basically a car line that builds rockets.
I was then granted access to do something that is normally off limits for civilians.
This is a flap, so it's getting all the tiles installed.
Can I put one on?
Let me ask. We don't want the rocket to blow up.
Of course.
I mean, we've never had someone install flight hardware who's not trained for it. So what we got here is a heat shield tile. Okay. We put this on, then we fold the edges up and we snap the tile in.
Okay.
And we're gonna let you do that.
Oh, really?
But you can only do this once, and we can't go backwards. So if you mess it up, we have to destroy it to get it out.
Really?
Yeah, so no pressure.
That feels like a lot of pressure.
Okay, let's do it. I'm a rocket engineer.
Yeah, this will fly to space if you do it right. And if you don't,
you'll have to pull it off. Right?
It's definitely wrong.
Maybe it does take rocket science.
So now you can push it.
Just push down?
There you go.
There it is.
Okay.
You did it.
Now I'm signing the tile. MB, Mr. Beast, if for whatever reason this tile causes the rocket to blow up, everything you're watching right now is AI. It's not real. You can't prove this is real.
Well, I'm an eyewitness.
You're also AI. In the case that this blows up.
As massive as this billion-dollar rocket factory is, it's still not big enough for the final step of building starships.
This is how large Starship is once it's fully put together, everything we just showed you. The camera doesn't do it justice. This thing is massive. There's a good chance you'll be able to fly on this one day and go to a different planet. Crazy.
And at the end of our Starbase tour, they took us to see all the other starships just waiting to go to space around the Starbase campus.
Social media and the news can make the future seem so negative and dire.
But honestly, what I saw in this video gave me hope. From the insane biotech, developed to give people with disabilities a new chance at life, to cars that literally fly in the air, redefining how we move around the world, to the DNA technologies, saving animals from suffering as well as from extinction, learning to live on other planets, and how to get there.
Y'all excited about the future, man? Y'all excited about this shit?
What's poppin'? What's poppin', y'all? I'm convinced Lil Baby is just dumb as a bag of rocks, or he's too loyal for his own good. But if that would actually, he might be too loyal for his own good, because the best thing Lil Baby could have done was choose Gunna instead of Young Thug, because Young Thug's done a bunch of nothing ever since he got out. The greatest thing to happen to Young Thug this past year was for him for just being forgotten about and his album coming and going. That was the best thing to happen to him. But Lil Baby is in big trouble, because while he was at the Super Bowl, he was photographed with a bunch of these people, which are important. We're going.
Hi, my name is Amanda.
His baby.
And I'm a.
And we're going to need them, and we know the San Francisco Police Department is looking at them. He was photographed with Lil Baby, Quavo, Nav, G Herbo, or Lil Baby is one of them, Meek Mill, and 21 Savage. They flicked up because I think Santa Clara was where the Super Bowl was at. So they all pulled up to the Super Bowl, and guess what happened? Yeah, a shooting happened.
Wow.
That's one of the craziest things, right? No, it didn't happen in Oakland. It happened in San Francisco. And I'm going to play you guys that clip right now because this is a news report.
This morning, we have new details in the shooting that hurt 49ers defensive end Keon White. It happened early yesterday morning at a nightclub in San Francisco's Mission District. Our partners at SF Standard report White was hosting a Super Bowl party at Delia Lounge on Mission Street. At some point, White got into an argument involving rapper Lil Baby. That's when White was shot in the ankle. Nearby residents say they were woken up by police activity.
What's crazy is that Academics, who's been at it with Lil Baby, he just went wild and out on him. And this clip I'm going to play for you guys right now before this happened.
I said it on the phone when you just woke up. I said, the nigga mentioned 4PF to me. You said, stop with that police because you scared of all the shit that y'all done did in Atlanta. Nigga. That's the facts. I said, bro, you said to me, man, why are you talking about 4PF? And when I said that to you in the morning, you said, yo, man, stop with that police shit, man. Because you don't want to jack 4PF no more. That's facts. You don't want to jack 4PF because you knew your ass was about being an indictment for all the bull you niggas did. But if you had a problem, this is really why I got static with it. Because baby, if you got a problem with me, don't tell your mans you squashing it with me. Don't get on the phone with Rod Wave. I'll squabble up with you anywhere, anytime. You ducked it, and then you had your assistant. I'll squabble with you anytime. You scrawny, you a drug addict. Stupid as what up? I've been on that. You DM me. You DM me where you at. I DM you where I'm gonna be at. You never showed me. So I was trolling. I will wash you anywhere. Facts.
Damn, they got.
But we squashed it because
who would have known 2026, bro?
But don't fake squash it and say your drawers holder to ever do nothing.
So the reason Academics was going crazy and blacking out on him here is because of the situation that had resurfaced that really happened in March when the slapping happened, which is Lil Baby's assistant swung at Academics talking about some 4PF. You're talking about Lil Baby. And then he calls up Lil Baby the next day saying, yo, I thought we didn't have any problems. Why is this guy talking about 4PF? And Lil Baby was scared about that. So why would Lil Baby be scared about that? Well, there was a report just last year when it was being said, and this is reported by Live Mixtapes, but this was spread around. It said Lil Baby's 4PF is described by police as a criminal street gang allegedly responsible for multiple deaths, according to an arrest warrant from Atlanta police. And also, I'm going to play you guys this clip right now when Academics and Whack 100 were on a call talking about that the potential of 4PF getting indicted for RICO. This is 2025, so I'm going to play you guys that clip right here.
Who was very accurate on predicting that YSL was going to get indicted in the RICO. He's an Atlanta journalist, certified. He's really good. He's came out and he said that the Atlanta Public Defenders Council, like the office, they're basically their specialized unit for Georgia's Public Defender's Office, the unit that specializes on gang cases, says the office is actively preparing for a racketeering indictment on the 4PF and OMF case. Now, I don't know what OMF is, and that he expects Lil Baby to be indicted, among others. Again, this is coming out, and I want to be clear because some people, they're gonna think that me and Baby, we don't got nothing. Like, I feel like Baby been on like a Dirk mission recently. Like, what I mean, he been doing Architect Digest. Like, he been trying to give it.
During this time, Lil Baby was really trying to switch things up because also 2 of his artists were locked up. And this was 2024. So what I just showed, we're working backwards in time because this has been a long time coming. So 2025 was the situation where I just showed you right now, which is when the slap happened, number one, and March, when the call between them happened. And also the person that called that 4PF was going to potentially be facing a RICO was this journalist by the name of George, who was the guy that called the YSL RICO before anybody, and people were like, no way, Young Thug's being investigated, no way. And keep in mind, this is a state RICO, state of Georgia. But in 2024, 2 people that were Lil Baby's artists were charged with killing 2 kids. There was this guy named Day Day that got charged with beating a 6-year-old to death. And then Dirty Tay, who, if you look up, he has a song with Lil Baby, Dirty Tay that is, on YouTube. It's on the Dat Piff channel. And he shot a 3-year-old in the head during a drive-by. So what usually happens with these people is these like gang members, and this happened in Chicago a lot more, but the Atlanta just became the hub for all of this stuff more recently. What they do, they're running drive-bys, and they're driving a car very fast, and they're just spraying. They're spraying and praying, and unfortunately, it ends up in somebody praying on Sunday service because their kid got hit with a ricocheted bullet or a bullet that missed that was intended for somebody else, because they're pulling up on these people where there's plenty of foot traffic. So that's where this situation happened, and Lil Baby, he switched from 4PF to some other nonsense. I don't even know, like CCOB. We don't really care. That's 2024. But this goes back to 2022 because the first time we ever heard about this were in federal documents revealed that they're now targeting Lil Baby and 4PF for possible RICO charges next. And this is after Young Thug was first like catching these charges, because Young Thug did like 2 years or something fighting this. So Lil Baby has had this looming over.
Hello, St. Cloud, St. Joe, Wake Park, St. Augusta, and the surrounding community. With this year's legislative session
over his head since 2022. But what I'm trying to understand is, number one, this is really bad because this is across state lines. Because with the Young Thug situation, the RICO was a state RICO. And I do think that they didn't want to pursue another RICO because Homicide Gang, which is 2 people that are also part of a bigger gang that are attached to Playboi Carti, they were being investigated. 21 Savage's crew was being investigated, as well as Lil Baby's 4PF. Now, the problem is, it was a gargantuan failure, the YSL situation. And also Fonnie Willis, who was leading that, her political aspirations just died. Like, she was smashing some guy that worked for her. Trump kind of cooked her because she was trying to like go after Trump. That her political stuff didn't work out. The case didn't end up working out because most of the people, like Gunna got off, Young Thug, he got the probation, and Brian Steele believed that they were going to beat that case. Most of the people are free from that situation. Nobody ended up doing any crazy time. So that was a failure. So to try and go after 4PF, that would be a different situation. But the thing is, 4PF, if there is actually some gang involvement or whatever, this is across state lines. It would be federal if it was to, if it attached to the RICO, which means that whatever crime that happened here, that was a shooting with an NFL player, which I don't even understand how that happens. But this shooting that happened with the NFL player, if it was in furtherance of the gang, then Lil Baby could be facing a federal RICO, which he would be deep fried, just like his brain turned into mush from all of the lusting and the top gooner that he had become, saying that he had an addiction that he had to goon 5 times a day. I don't know why he decided to share that with anybody, but hey,
who said that?
Deep fried, just like his brain turned into mush from all of the lusting and the top gooner that he had become, saying that he had an addiction that he had to goon 5 times a day. I don't know why he decided to share that with anybody, but hey, I guess he needed help. Maybe he should seek a professional at helping people heal with that. But what I'm wondering is, Lil Baby's got a very, very, very big problem, because the situation with Academics was that he patched up the beef or whatever. He squared it out, but somebody close to Lil Baby, who's his assistant, pulled up on Academics and were trying to press him and then tried to attack him. So from that, you let that rock out, and then now you've got people around you that are firing off shots because of an argument that happened at the Super Bowl. This is one of those events where I don't see it ending well for Lil Baby. Now, the last time I had a feeling like this, well, I don't have the exact same feeling, but if you guys remember when the Barclays Center shooting happened, 6ix9ine, Casanova, their crew, Shoddy, their crews were into it, and shots were let off inside the Barclays Center. Yes, in Brooklyn. When I saw that nothing happened, nobody was arrested for weeks, a month, 2 months, I said, this is bad. There has to be something bigger. There's no way that the police are just going to let this happen. Now, the same thing I'm looking at with the Super Bowl, which is these guys are at the Super Bowl and shots are ringing off and an NFL player is getting shot. This is also very disrespectful because this guy's body, he got shot in the foot or something. He went through surgery. This guy's body is his job. Imagine like you're taking away, it's like what they did to Lil Reese, right? Like he lost his vocal cords. Granted, Lil Reese has not been a rapper that people have looked forward to his music since 2014, if I'm being gracious about it. But this guy's feet, his body is his job. It's like taking away the vocal cords of a little baby, taking him out the booth. That would be cruel. So for a little baby, his best bet is that this guy doesn't cooperate. And if I had to guess, I don't think he would cooperate. And also the distinction to be made between the little baby incident that happened at the Super Bowl and the 6ix9ine Casanova incident at the Barclays Center is that was at the Barclays Center. This was not at the Super Bowl. It was at one of the after parties at some club near the Super Bowl. Well, this was in San Francisco, but outside of the Super Bowl arena, one of the events, which there are hundreds, if not thousands of events going on that same weekend. I think Lil Baby's just too close to this stuff. Like how does this keep happening around you? This cannot be an accident. This is very, very bad. Of course, they're trying to attach it. Like there was another incident where Lil Baby was shooting a music video and there was a shooting that happened and Lil Baby was trying to make sure everybody understood like, hey, stop attaching my name to this. Well, how about you stop being around where stuff like this is happening?
If you were a Culver sandwich here, which one would you be and why?
If I was a sandwich here, I'd have to be a walleye, extra crispy.
So you would turn into a walleye sandwich.
Coming soon, Aaron is walleye.
And this isn't like Lil Baby went to some hood to shoot a music video and, stuff just happens at the hood, right? Because people felt like Lil Baby was agitating the situation by pulling up to a hood and shooting a video. And, that invites, gangs to do their thing. But here, you're in San Francisco across a completely different coast. Like we're talking southeast to damn near northwest, and somebody gets shot, and it's an NFL player, and it's at an after party after an argument just happened with you and your crew. Like, let's stop it. Your name deserves to be associated with this. And do I see him getting it together? Frankly, I don't think so. I mean, it's been a long time since Lil Baby was locked up. I don't think he wants to go back to being locked up, but I do think that, especially the fact that he completely got rid of Gunna and decided to link with Young Thug and stay tapped in with Young Thug as well as YFN Lucci, is that the streets and whatever code, morals, that is his number one, that is his North Star from what I've been able to gather, and I don't see him getting rid of that. And for him to think that he can just tiptoe in and out, like 21 Savage said, and what was his first mixtape? 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I'm really want to rap, but this trapping's what I'm about. Yeah, that's what it seems like Lil Baby's at, except not with the trapping, but it's like with the street stuff and keeping these type of people around him. Because if streamers can move around with armed security, and DJ Vlad with armed police security, also Meek Mill, he moves around with that type of security, like former law enforcement, that is not happening in that type of a situation. So it's clear that Lil Baby is probably still moving around with some hoodlums that are just packing heat, or he's linking up with people in NorCal that got that stuff on him, because I don't see a cop doing something like this, or it would have been reported. Like we would have gotten some sort of an explanation that goes deeper than this. I think we're going to get more details as the days go by. However, if nothing comes out of this, it's either the NFL player didn't say anything or there's looming big trouble for Lil Baby. But let me know what y'all think in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell if you enjoyed. And I'm going to see you on the next one.
Baby, I haven't even seen this.
Welcome back to
Of course she Bowsered up.
Okay, give me a second. It's so funny. I cannot look at myself. Okay, Jessica, don't look down. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Don't look down. Don't look down. Welcome back to New Rocks. I also can't hear myself, so am I screaming?
That's so funny.
Okay. I literally can't hear, so tell me if I just start screaming. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Jessica Clemens, and Universal Pictures and Nintendo gave us another clip from the Super Mario Galaxy movie during the Super Bowl with Baby Mario and Baby Luigi. The earlier Super Mario Galaxy movie trailer officially introduced our baby boy Yoshi, Birdo, and a bunch of other characters making their movie debut that we didn't see in the first movie. And somehow we haven't yet covered it here at New Rockstars. So in this video, we're refreshing our memories and breaking down all 4 teaser trailers released since the big dropped one 2 months ago. Because there's a lot of details that you probably missed. That was my Yoshi noise.
I started vaping because I was stressed and, I never thought it would get as bad as it did. I'm quitting because I don't want to see myself in 10 years.
Let's get into it. But first, make sure to check out nerdride.shop where you can always find the latest and greatest in New Rockstars merch. We got so much stuff over there from your favorite fandoms. What are you doing over here? Go over there. I think we got the pit merch. Don't you want to include all the scenes from the 3 other videos as well? The trailer begins with Mario and Luigi riding their bikes through the Sand Kingdom that you see from Super Mario Odyssey. When Mario launches himself into the air, he does a stunt that you can actually see him do in Mario Kart World. We get more details in this trailer where we can see Luigi's bike has a Bomb-Omb and Bullet Bill sticker, along with the Toasterina, one that we saw in the first trailer. And Mario's bike, I'm pretty sure, has a Yoshi sticker on it. So we're officially in Toasterina, the desert town in the Sand Kingdom from Mario Odyssey. And in the game, this is where you can get the Toasterina wardrobe, which was a poncho and a sombrero. They have similar geometric patterns from the game to the trailer, but still pretty different in their costumes. As you can see in this location, it's completely inspired by a Mexican aesthetic and architecture, with the inverted pyramid inspired by the Chichen Itza pyramid in Mexico. While a lot of it is a cultural blend of Mexican culture, there is some Easter Island and Egyptian influence as well. When we see Mario and Luigi in the center of the city, these birds fly away, and it's a very fun cinematic choice, but there are actual birds in this town that you can scare off and they fly away, and I think it's just a bit of finer details that you wouldn't expect from the games and the movies. These little guys are the Toasterinans. They're based on the classic sugar skulls, and typically you see them in sombreros, sometimes with maracas. Mario and Luigi are here to investigate a clogged warp pipe causing them trouble. When they hear the roar in the darkness, I like the little guy who points with his maraca, and Mario has to hold it to stop him from shaking. While Mario and Luigi journey into the belly of the darkness, we see the city in the background, specifically this guy, the Moais from Super Mario Odyssey that you can capture and use in the game. Inside the cave, these bats fly out, and these bats you can find in Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2, and they sort of resemble the bats from Zelda. In the dark cave, Mario and Luigi reveal the fire flowers, the power-ups that have appeared across the Mario games, allowing you to hurl fireballs. And I love the design of the flowers with the small flames on their faces and the heat distortion effect. It's just such a great detail. There's so many designs for the flowers over the years, ones without faces and some with faces. This follows the colors of the traditional one that we're all used to seeing, with the outer rings being red, then yellow, then white with the 2 block coin slots for eyes. The edges though on these ones are more shaped to look like flower petals. When Mario simply touches the flower, the flames stretch over his hand and we hear the power-up sound effect from the games. And it burns away their ponchos and now show their distinct white shirt, red and green overalls that they usually get in the games when they're imbued with the fire flower powers. When they make the fireballs appear, it actually sounds like the classic ding that they make in the classic Mario games as well. Inside, we see these tiny red eyes, and when Luigi bumps into one, it's revealed to be a Buzzy Beetle. And I like that Luigi uses the fireballs on the Buzzy Beetle, who it actually wouldn't work on in the games. You can see inside the same sort of patterns and designs and colors to the inverted pyramids that you got in the games, but in the movie, they get more liberties that add a lot more details. Inside, we hear the notes from the underground theme from Super Mario Bros. It gets heavier when they find the clogged pipe, and inside is the scary, horrific monster. No, it's just Yoshi, our baby. When Mario reaches for Yoshi, you hear the first notes to Yoshi's theme in Super Mario World. When I'm hosting a video, I'm usually wearing a graphic tee from our merch partners at nerdride.shop. I love the L Lives design inspired by the Hellfire Club on Stranger Things, or the Open Your Eyes design from that incredible Cyclops shot in the X-Men Doomsday trailer. A Bowser hat was first introduced in Super Mario World and has become a fan favorite across the Nintendo franchise and is finally appearing in all his green beauty. Yoshi is iconic for a lot of things. Beyond being a form of transportation or sometimes a guardian, he has the ability to flutter jump and ground pound depending on the game, along with with the classic egg roll. But we all know he just loves to gobble things up, and in the last teaser, we saw him gobble up comic and turn him into a fresh egg with glasses. The next scene gives us what I believe to be the Bowser Castle Galaxy from Mario Galaxy. In the other teaser shared a couple days ago, we got a look of this world from a distance, and it looks incredible. I will say it's very exciting to see the different worlds and how distinct they all are. It's really good to see in this movie. In it, we have Bowser's Gravity Gauntlet, and this level is covered in lava and includes fire bars like we see right here. You can see the floating message block also. That's the one from Super Mario World. In the next scene, we see Big Bertha, or it could be just a regular boss bass that we've seen from Super Mario 3. The location is within Mushroom Kingdom, and we actually saw a lot of this location in the Super Mario Galaxy movie title announcement video. In that video, we see toads on a boat, a pink and yellow toad. They're in the same boat as the blue toad is in this scene. This boat has a little design, and I think it's a Cheep Cheep on it, or maybe it's clouds. In the next shot, we'll see other boats, one with Yoshi's egg on it. Then we see the mystery blocks, and when Luigi's fist hits it, it shines, and then we see him in the frog suit. The frog suit from Super Mario Bros. 3 is a power-up that allows the character to jump higher and swim faster. In this case, it also allows Luigi to slam down with the might of 1,000 suns, squashing the fish, forcing it to spit out the toad. And then my girl shows up. During this scene, we see Peach fight a horde of ninja while inside a casino. It's also revealed Birdo is there. Birdo first appeared alongside the ninja in Doki Doki Panic, where she's the first boss. Birdo is known for her pink skin and white belly and red ridges down her back. Her snout shoots eggs, and she has a huge bow on her head. And it goes without saying, yes, of course I love her. The casino design with the large roulette table and the floor is very reminiscent of King Boo's Casino Delfino from Sunshine.
Arknight's Enfield is giving out 135 free pulls right now for their official launch. That means
I also love that they kept with the Galaxy World mechanics where gravity is kind of useless, so your positioning really adds to the experience of where everyone is in this scene. In a closer scene to the casino floor, you can actually see some Goombas and Octoombas from Super Mario Galaxy. We see a green Shy Guy as well, and we also see a Shy Guy with like a metal mask, which could be Sniffit that first appeared in Doki Doki Panic as well. And the dumb green thing behind it, I'm pretty sure is Spike. Some of these seats have the red spiny shells on them, however, they might just be spinies that we see more of later. In the center, I think this may be a coin coffer from Super Mario 3D Land. Seeing as though this is a red one, it would most likely be the one from Puzzle and Dragons. You can also see a Sledge Bro gambling, and when Peach is defending herself from the flying eggs in the back, you can see Claw Grip that first appeared in Super Mario Bros. 2. Next to Peach is Mauser from Super Mario Bros. 2, also featured in Doki Doki Panic, and why did they bring this guy? But also, I really do like this character. You can also see these floating blocks. They might be different from coin blocks. In all truth, I really don't know. However, these do appear in Paper Mario. I don't know if it's the same location. The giant pink Goomba and design seems like the outside of a seedy casino, but in the teaser we got a couple of days ago, we see similar characters and Toad and Peach chasing after this Ukiki, the monkey thief. So whatever they're doing or going after could lead them into the casino. In a wider shot though, it does look like we're in Neo Bowser City from Mario Kart 7. This leads them into the hidden bar, a hidden bar behind this art for Minus World, a glitch level in Super Mario Bros. That's underwater and it never ends. To the right of that poster, you can see another poster with a spiny on it. When we face the bar patrons, it's a lot of the same folks that we saw in the casino, like the Octoombas, the Spinies, the Goombas, even the Bomb Bombs, even the Buzzy Beetle, the green and red coin coffers, Spike, Sniffit, the Sledgehammer Bro. Back left, we see a Piranha Plant, and in front of them is Charging Chuck, the large Koopa that runs and tackles people. At its table is actually a cage for dry bones. Next, we're in the sky, in the clouds, and you can see Yoshi, Luigi, and Mario with a Toad. They're facing off with the Lakitu from the Mario games. They throw things from clouds, oftentimes spiny eggs, and if you look closely, you can see the eyes on the cloud like in the games. Notice that when Mario lands on him, his cloud disappears and leaves him only with his green shell. In some of the games, you can ride this cloud, and I hope you can do it here in the movie. Yoshi launches himself off of this one for a moment, so I think they're going to. Into the warp pipe they go, and we transition into a new location, which I still believe is the night of the Star Festival in the Mushroom Kingdom. It's the event in Super Mario Galaxy in which the comet flies past every 100 years and brings it with other shooting stars. It's at the beginning of the games, and I suspect the big beginning to the movie. We saw this area during the day, I believe, in the last teaser trailer, where we see the Chain Chomp going crazy. Yoshi then sucks down Toad's candied apple, and we hear the iconic Yoshi. And then we close out the trailer with Yoshi, and in the back we see Baby Luigi and Baby Mario. The two were first introduced in Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. Yoshi has a Super Scope from Yoshi Safari, and he does his little flutter kick that I love so much. I like that also in the background you can see all the bones from something or someone. In the Super Bowl spot we got on Sunday, we see Toad traversing through the tall grass, and as you can see, Toad is wearing a little scarf. We saw a bit of this scarf in the first trailer as well. Captain Toad wears one in Super Mario Odyssey, and so we're kind of all expecting we'll get that version of Toad in this movie eventually. The baby Mario uses the bones to tap on the T-Rex's teeth, and it's the notes to the Super Mario Bros. Theme song. And in Super Mario Odyssey, you can come across a T-Rex in the Cascade Kingdom, so that must be where we are in the movie. You can control the T-Rex by throwing Cappy on her, and then she'll eventually go back to sleep. And then that's everything that we spotted across all 4 Super Mario Galaxy teasers, from deep-cut characters and musical cues to locations ripped straight out of Odyssey, Galaxy, and Sunshine, and even a little bit of Yoshi's Island in there. And if this is what they were willing to show us already in these trailers, then there's definitely a lot more Easter eggs to come when the full movie drops. Let me know what you caught in the trailer and what character reveal you're most excited for. The Super Mario Galaxy movie comes out April 1st, and I will see you guys in the theaters. And a special thanks to one of our YouTube members, Frederick Price, who supports us at the executive producer level. And a big thanks to studio tech Brian Kim behind the camera, and New Rockstars editors Joshua Stephen Hurd and Abby Friel, and all the other supporting editors for their work on this video. Follow me at Lulu_Clemens. Subscribe to all the channels on the New Rockstars Network.
Can't do it. Shorty want me to go to Cold Spring.
117 countries want to sign this. 117, Sam, and you're just like, no, it's cool, we got
How
it.
long are you going to play both sides?
I have an equation.
Oh, this will clear it up.
This is the most important 4 minutes in the entire MCU. Not the most exciting, not the most quotable, but the most consequential. Because it proves that you really don't need an Infinity Stone to break the Avengers. You just need a binder full of paperwork, some guilt, and a difference of opinion. Here's the thing about the Avengers. Before Civil War, they were basically running the most powerful private security force in human history, and nobody was asking questions. Which, to be fair, worked pretty well until Lagos. Lagos wasn't even supposed to be a big mission, just a routine stop-the-bad-guy operation. Except Crossbones had other plans. Wanda Maximoff, still learning to control her powers, tried to contain the blast. She did contain it, pushed it away from the crowded street and into a building full of humanitarian.
Oh my.
Want to give it a go? How many stops do you have?
Not the most quotable, but the most consequential. Because it proves that you really don't need an Infinity Stone to break the Avengers. You just need a binder full of paperwork. Nobody was Lagos Crossbones tried to contain the blast. She did contain it, pushed it away from the crowded street and into a building full of humanitarian workers. Now here's where it gets psychologically fascinating. She made the best possible split-second decision under impossible pressure. But that's not how the world saw it. The world saw a young woman with dangerous powers losing control and involving innocent people in the process. The world saw a pattern of destruction that had been building since 2012, and the world had had enough.
That is it! Get up! Get back! Come here! Go there!
Remember Ross? The guy who spent an entire movie trying to weaponize the Hulk, turning Bruce Banner into a hunted fugitive, and accidentally creating the Abomination in the process. Yeah, that guy. Mr. I create the monsters I chase himself. Except now he's the US Secretary of State, and he's got a new strategy. He doesn't want to capture superheroes anymore. He wants to leash them. Picture this. You're an Avenger. You've saved the world multiple times. You've sacrificed everything, your privacy, your safety, your relationships, to protect humanity from existential threats. And then some government official makes you sit through a highlight reel of every time you accidentally destroyed a building or failed to save everyone. New York? Here's footage of debris raining down while you're busy fighting aliens. Washington, D.C.? Here's those helicarriers you dropped, destroying state infrastructure and scaring the public. Sokovia? Here's an entire city being ripped from the ground. Lagos? Fresh wound, still bleeding. And Ross just lets it sit there. Lets them marinate in their failure. Then he drops the line. What would you call a group of US-based enhanced individuals who routinely ignore sovereign borders and inflict their will wherever they choose? The answer hangs in the air, unspoken. So what's Ross's solution? The Sokovia Accords. A nice, professional-sounding name for what's essentially a supernatural registry and control system. And if you refuse, there's a lovely underwater supermax prison called the Raft waiting for you. Oh, and 117 countries have already signed off on this. You're not arguing with Ross, you're arguing with the entire world. It's brilliant in a terrifying kind of way. Ross isn't trying to beat the Avengers, he's trying to make them beat themselves, and it works. What happens next is the most important 4 minutes in the entire MCU, because this is where the Avengers, the team that survived aliens, robots, and literal gods, tear themselves apart over a philosophical debate. And every single person in that room, they're right. That's what makes it so brutal. Let's start with Tony Stark, Mr. Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist himself.
Yeah, I can fly.
Right before this meeting, Tony got ambushed by a grieving mother. Her son.
Alright, so we'll finish this. I gotta go to Cold Spring, man. Fuck. Oh, we'll be back.